Good morning everyone, and a very warm welcome to Student Robotics 2025, hosted live at the University of Southampton. We have an action-packed 2 days ahead of us as we see the culmination of 6 months of really hard work by all students and their teams as they compete in our arena. My name is Anton, and I am very happy to be joined by Awana this morning. Good morning, how are you?
Hi, I genuinely couldn't be more excited. Hi everyone, you may recognise both of us from previous live streams and competitions. This is my 4th year volunteering with Student Robotics, and Anton...
I've been here too long to count. I've been volunteering since 2016.
Wow, that is amazing! Coming up on 10 years. So this past year we've had challenges and the virtual competition as well. This is to give the teams opportunities to gain league points before this weekend's match. We'll talk about this in a bit more detail later on, but we'd like to take this chance to thank everyone who has managed to make this competition happen and all those events as well and brought us here today. Thank you to our incredible group of volunteer blue shirts. Thank you so much to team supervisors from the various schools across the UK and across the world, and thank you to everyone else who has supported the students competing this year. Now it's time for the event that we've all been waiting for, and we've come prepared.
And you may be wondering, what are these dashing costumes that Oana and I are wearing? And I promise you, it is relevant because this year our game is called Urban Heights. And much like last year, we do have a backstory for this year's game. You've been hired by the city to shape its skyline. Your mission is to deliver vital pallets of materials to designated districts. But that's just the beginning. If you're up for the challenge, dive into constructing multi-story marvels for even greater rewards. The city is counting on you to build its future.
Now let's take a look at how the teams can gain points for shaping their city. Each match will have up to 4 robots in each of the 4 corners of the arena. These are numbered from 0 to 3, much to the relief of the coders amongst you. These corner positions are known as the starting zones. These are shown highlighted in red on the screen. There is a single movement bonus point available for each robot that fully leaves its starting zone for the first time in each match. But how else can teams gain points during the matches? Each team has 6 pallets, and they need to decide where these pallets will have the greatest impact, as different scoring zones are worth different amounts of points.
So let's go into this in a bit more detail. Firstly, we have 4 outer districts highlighted on your screen right now. Pallets in this district are worth 1 point each. Next, we have 4 inner districts. Pallets in these districts are worth 2 points each. And finally, we have the central districts. Pallets in this district are worth 3 points each. Now you may have noticed some pillars dotted around the districts. These are known as high-rises, and this gives the teams an opportunity to gain more points, because if a pallet is the highest in the district, which is if it's the highest pallet on top of a high-rise, it will double the points for that team in that district.
That's very exciting. Now let's hear about the matches themselves and the outline of the day. The league matches start at 11:25 today, just over 10 minutes from now, and we are looking forward to about 3 hours of matches today. That is a lot of robots. Not too much though, there's no such thing, but just enough. We are looking to wrap up at around 5 PM today. For the first time, we will have competitor interviews, so you will see us talking to the different teams and learning more about their robots firsthand. It's the first time ever that we're doing this, and you'll have this to look forward to during the breaks.
So let's briefly talk about, now that we've briefly outlined what's going to happen today, let's briefly talk about the matches. So today there are about 38 league matches, they're about 2 minutes each. So that, as Awana said, that is a lot of robotics, and I am very excited to see every single one of them, because all of the teams come up with such unique and great ideas.
Every match.
Every match. So that's just today. Tomorrow there will be even more league matches in the morning, and there will be knockouts in the afternoon.
As well as the finale, of course.
As well as the finale, of course, which is why they're all here, and there will be prizes.
Absolutely. We have so much to look forward to. Again, none of this would be possible without all of our sponsors. Student Robotics is a charity after all, and we would not be able to do what we do without the generous support of a number of organisations. In particular, we would really like to thank Adventurous Machines, IT Dev, the Electronics and Computer Science Department at the University of Southampton, and the UK Electronics Skills Foundation. Thank you.
So earlier we talked about league points. These feed into our league table that you can see shown on the left-hand side of your screen right now, over there. The positions in this league are used to seed the knockouts, which will come tomorrow.
Now you may have noticed that some of the teams already have a large number of points, and these come from the leagues and game points from 3 phases across the competition season. This is the challenges and the virtual competition, and soon to be the main league and the knockouts. This is why we are here.
So let's talk about the challenges first of all. This was an opportunity to gain league points before the competition and to encourage continuous development throughout the year, because we've been doing this for a long time and we have found if teams are constantly developing their robot, they do better when it comes to the final competition where we are today. So they got 8 league points per challenge submitted before each of the deadlines, for a maximum of 16 league points from the challenges. And again, those league points are important because they decide who you face in the knockout rounds tomorrow.
And it's quite a head start as well. So we have 3 challenges this year. The first challenge is the Movement Challenge. This is from Midsummer Norton Friends. The challenge was to autonomously complete 3 continuous circuits of a triangular path without deviating from the path by more than 300 millimeters. So that's 30 centimeters. And that's very impressive, as if they even have a slight offset, then that offset gets increased with each circuit of the path.
Next, we have the Sensing Challenge, and we want to thank King Edward VI Grammar School for providing us this video. In this challenge, the teams had to illuminate onboard LEDs, which are light-emitting diodes, in various colours based on the distance from the robot to a wall, or in the challenge's second stage, the angle from the marker that their robot was facing. This is particularly important because they will use these sensing abilities in order to detect where they are in the arena and to pick up pallets.
And third and final challenge is the Mechanics Challenge. And on the screen you'll see a video from Hampton and Lady Eleanor Hall's schools. The challenge was to lift a 130mm cube at least 130 millimeters off the ground and hold it there for 5 whole seconds. And you can see the team here measuring and confirming that this is in fact 130 millimeters. I believe that is a UKSF ruler as well.
One of our sponsors.
Yes. In February, we hosted a virtual competition, which was a simulated version of the arena and game that you will see today. This is on a simulator built on Weebots. Teams were invited to submit code to compete in league-style matches in Horsham or in Cambridge. And thank you so much again to all of the volunteers who made this happen by either developing the simulator or running the virtual competition itself. Let's take a look at some of the highlights.
Going on, and Team SHK, certainly they appear to believe they've grabbed a pallet. They're just trying to put it in the zone, but unfortunately they've missed, potentially not realizing that KV had knocked it out of place. Oh, and that was so close to being just on top of that central pillar there from KV. Unfortunately it's just bounced off.
On top of a high-rise, but it's in there nonetheless, and they will get points for it. Now, that second one, not quite there, just inside the district, fantastic, but not quite on top of that high-rise. Speaking of high-rises, that's just what Team MDN has decided they don't care about. That is 2 pallets sitting on...
But it was just knocked off, so it'll be interesting to see if they can manage that again.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Sometimes you do need to, because of the weights of these pallets, you do need to make sure they're on fairly securely. That's for almost 5 pallets in that central area for Team MDN. Incredible number of points, adding to that outer district. looking like they're going for a third with 40 seconds. They can absolutely do it. Oh, actually, they might be going for that central one. And, oh, now this is going to be interesting. That's one on top of that central pedestal on the high rise.
Quite managing it yet. Oh, TLC aiming for that very central high rise. Not quite on top of there, but it does look like it's still in the zone. That's very good. Oh, bit of sabotage from the NH8 robot, driving straight into Keg.
So hopefully that gave you an idea of just what is coming up in the next 2 days.
A little bit of a trailer, a
Little bit
teaser
of
for
teaser
today.
trailer, a little bit. And oh my word, now a hill right at the end going for the bowling.
Oh, absolutely. There's so many points, like absolutely destroyed. We're looking forward to things like that today and tomorrow as well. Like every match has something new to offer. But if you want to see more of that, the entire virtual competition is available on YouTube on demand if you want to watch the action.
But obviously do that after you watch today's live stream, don't go and watch it now.
It's
Look,
happening
it's
now.
Happening now. And on that note, Oana and I are looking at the chat constantly, so if you want to interact with us, interact with other people who are watching, put support in there, talk to us, we'll be more than happy to talk to you back.
We'll respond to you, give you shout outs, talk about various mascots we may have.
Mascots? I have a few. We have so many sharks. We have 2 sharks and a dog. So these will probably pop up at various points during the live stream. And again, as I said last year, the reason why I brought those mascots in is a response to one of our teams. So Hills Road every year bring in mascots. I haven't quite seen what their costumes are this year. But they normally always bring in animals, so that's my response to them, to say, I can bring in animals too.
And if this sounds fun and like something you'd like to be part of, you're always more than welcome to join us. We are always looking for volunteers.
Absolutely. You can head over to studentrobotics.org/volunteer. I mean, just look at this lovely photo. We're all having a great time.
Oh, I do remember that. That was amazing. And if you can't afford to come to the UK or to the University of Southampton and you can't participate physically, there are so many ways to volunteer virtually as well throughout the year. So we really look forward to hopefully seeing you next year.
Absolutely. We are just over 2 minutes. Sorry.
What better way
I'm
to
just
start the league
exactly
matches?
just like cough into oblivion. We're just over 2 minutes away from the start of our first match between King Edward VI School. We have Hills Road, as I mentioned earlier, a team that has competed many a year, always coming in with lovely costumes and lovely robot designs.
Absolutely. I
Barton
can't wait.
Pepperell, can't wait, and Hayden School.
And also, we thought we'd like to take this time to mention that we also have 5 rookie teams this year. Now,
Wow.
these are teams that have never competed in Student Robotics before. This is very exciting because not only is Student Robotics growing, but we're also impacting so many more young
Absolutely.
people, and it's just amazing to see. And we can't wait to see what they'll have to offer. Genuinely.
And it is really amazing to see teams who have never competed before coming into a competition where there are a lot of teams here who have been competing for over a decade. The fact that they are able to build a robot and come and compete is just amazing to see.
And go up and up the
Up
league
the
as
league
well.
table, yeah.
Yeah.
I need to look at the league table a bit more closely, but I think one of our rookie teams is currently like 3rd in the league, which is amazing. That's just a testament to how well they managed to execute their virtual competition strategy.
Absolutely, and also a testament to the fact that virtual competitions works.
Yeah, absolutely. So just under 60 seconds, what are you most looking forward to just in these opening matches?
Honestly, I just want to see the different designs that teams have come up with.
Absolutely.
Because you always, you look at the rules and you think, oh, I would do this like this. And every single year, almost every single team surprises me and comes up with a design I would never have thought of in a million years. So I can't wait to see what will work.
Absolutely. I mean, just walking around this morning, just seeing the variation, as you said, of the different designs that people have come up with, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in the arena. I'm going to have to avoid getting clobbered by our lovely overlay over here. 20 seconds. We're going to hand over to our arena side commentators. Match
2025.
Let's go.
We have
1. Press start, let's go.
Okay, we've got movement from Barton Peveril. It looks like they are, speedy off the mark for Hills Road. Slow and steady from King Edward's here. They've just kind of managed to get themselves right in between two cubes and not picked up either of them.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. They've moved them over the lines, but you've got to get them inside the scoring areas to actually gain any points. Simply moving them won't do you any good.
Looks like they might be giving it another go. They're turning around. Barton Peveril's moving again. Looks like they're trying to line themselves up with their middle cube there.
In the meantime, we've got the Hills robot here in the orange. They had a very good amount of movement. They've moved out of their starting zone, which will give them 1 point. But their code seems to have stopped working completely.
Perhaps that was just their strategy. So score 1 point. I mean, they've moved more than Hayden, so that does technically get them 3rd place in this round, unless Hayden has a secret last-minute zooming out the corner strategy.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many points you get, so long as you get more than everyone else.
Oh, and Barton Peveril has run into the wall, I think.
Yeah, I can't tell what that mechanism is on the top of their robot. It might be a suction arm. It almost looks like a kind of boxing glove on a pneumatic arm.
We've got a lot of robots with suction this year. I think it's going to be a quite common strategy.
It's a very good mechanism for lifting up boxes like this.
I mean, I'm looking at it, and I still don't know what it is.
I'm just filled with confusion.
You, Barton Peveril, you care to fill us in on what your mechanism is? Oh, it's a punching arm. Okay.
It is a punching arm. I was right. I feel vindicated. 40 seconds remaining now of this match. Barton Peveril, the only robot still moving.
Yeah, it looks like King Edward's has just sort of given up. I don't know what their strategy was.
It is the early stages of the competition, though. There is still ample time to be able to iterate on their robots, find those pesky bugs, and implement them, get them fixed before we end up into their future matches for this competition weekend.
5 seconds left now.
And there we go. That is the end of match number 2023. Very well done, teams. Very well done.
We are away. We are started and we're off.
3 out of 4 robots have moved. Moved enough
yep.
to get the movement bonus.
Exactly.
Like fully moved out of their starting zone.
Which, just to be clear, for anyone who hasn't watched Student Robotics before, for a first match on the first day, that is incredible.
It's amazing. I mean, especially since we know it only gets better from here.
Yeah.
Like the number of teams that work, well, they probably shouldn't, but that work throughout the night, debugging and testing the test arena in between matches. Like, it will only get better from here. But yeah, 3 points in total.
3 points in total, but saying that for Hayden, they shouldn't be disheartened. As Jake said earlier, they have a lot of tinker time ahead of us. So they will be able to use that time to refine their strategy, figure out what's going on, and, you know, come back and smash everyone.
Absolutely. And at the end of the day, from my experience as well as a software engineer and from the experience of Student Robotics, that first starting movement is the hardest part of the entire competition. Once they get that nailed, they usually, have the whole mechanism working. It's just the integration of all the different bits, because we don't know how big the teams are as well. It could be, a group of 5, 6 students all working on different sections. And then, when you put it all together, it breaks.
We do have a lot of teams of various That's fine. We have a various team sizes. Sorry, we have one of our commentator Jake making an announcement there, which is
relevant to people physically here, but not relevant to you viewers at home.
I've completely lost my train of thought. Different teams have different team sizes, so as Awana said, sometimes it's a bit harder for the smaller team to get everything working together, but that's completely fine. They have time.
Absolutely, yeah. And we've seen teams with, only 2 students make it all the way up in the league points before.
So let's see who we have in the next match. In just over 20 seconds, we have Brockenhurst, Nower Hill, Royal Grammar School in Guildford, and we have Ken Edwards, 6th Grammar School. Let's go hand over to our commentators, match 2.
Match, and in the arena is Brockenhurst, King Edward's Grammar, Royal Grammar School Guildford, and Nower Hill School, who appear to be not here. Okay, starting now. Start your robots.
Let's go.
Okay, no movement from anybody. Grammar School Guildford is off.
They're very, very tall robot there. That might be the tallest robot I've seen in a Student Robotics competition.
They are charging straight at one of their cubes. Looks like their sucker is sort of just on the corner. I'm not sure they quite managed to grab it. Movement from King Edward's Grammar now. They are rotating in their start zone.
Unfortunately, the Brockenhurst robot, their code has crashed, which means their robot is unlikely to move. Hopefully, with the logs, they'll be able to understand exactly why, and in their next match, get the robot moving.
King Edward looks like they've lined up, they've found a cube. They've moved out of their start zone now, and they're slowly heading towards one of their cubes.
It looks like they may have been trying to pick up the high rise in that scoring zone. That definitely will not be possible. Please don't try.
They did get very nicely lined up, but they had nothing to put there, and they can't grab it. So,
yeah. In the meantime, though, King Edward 6, they've nicely grabbed onto. There we go. Yes, they've grabbed nicely onto one of the pallets. Turning around, they are trying to line up towards a scoring zone. They've turned a little bit too far.
yes. King Edward's does not have a sucker, it looks like. They've just got sort of side panels that they sweep in to grab things. I don't know how good that's going to be for lifting, but for the time being, they have managed to grab a token, and if they can move it somewhere useful, they will get points for that.
Yeah, if they can reliably move them around, that might be better than trying to lift them. You can still, if you get every pallet you get in a scoring zone will give you points. If you can do that more reliably, you can lift them, keep doing that. It's a fantastically simple strategy.
Is Royal Grammar School Guildford lowering their sucker to grab a cube, or are they just confused? I think they're confused.
It's one of those pesky invisible cubes.
Ah, yes. I have a feeling that King Edward's Grammar has run into the wall, and because they can't find any markers, they don't know where to go.
That's unfortunate, yes. They are slightly too close to that arena wall marker. You do generally need to be about 30 centimeters away from those to be able to see them.
5 seconds left in this round now. And
There we go. That is the end of match number 24. Very well done, team. Very well done.
only one robot not moving.
That's fine, and as Jake said, apparently their code crashed, so they're going to have a bit of time over the next few minutes or so to use the lovely logs that our code spits out and hope to figure out what the problem is. Debugging, it's really fun.
That's actually, that's really fun.
I mean, speaking as, we're both engineers, it's a mixed bag. Sometimes it can be fun, but other times it can be frustrating. But the end result of trying to dig down into the weeds and figure out what's actually going wrong, that part I agree with you, is fun.
Absolutely, and also it's the best way of learning, I found. So I feel almost in a way that the teams that have robots that don't move, or the teams that have issues with their code, are the teams that are getting a lot out of it as well.
Absolutely. Well, not only that, it's because they have to do it so quickly. They might only have 5 minutes between this match and their next slot. So the fact that they are able to diagnose what the problem is, go into their team pits and fix the code is actually very impressive.
Absolutely, yeah. There's no chance to, go and grab a book from the library or take a course online in the meantime. They just have to do it then and there.
We saw some interesting theming from Royal Grammar School in Guildford.
Absolutely.
Apparently it's to do with the Minecraft movie, which I haven't seen yet, but I've been told it's a mixed bag.
Of course we haven't seen. It came out just last week. I'm a bit worried about them. Did they do that last minute, or did they get screenshots from the trailer?
One of their team members actually has a bee-themed hat in the style of a Minecraft block character, which is pretty awesome to see.
For those of you who don't know, bees are also kind of a running theme / joke with Student Robotics, so that is absolutely beautiful that they
They're
managed
trying to get points between all of us blue shirts.
Exactly, like to meld both Student Robotics themes and their own individual team themes as well. That's amazing.
So we have 20 seconds till the next match, and we have Abingdon, Midsummer North and Friends, Hedderton Rye, and Harris Westminster.
And I will say that Midsummer North Friends is a rookie team, so it's the first time that they're taking part this year.
Start in 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Okay, we have Jankler Stacking Solutions is turning around. Presumably they're looking for something, but they have unfortunately run into the wall, so they can't turn any further. Headington Rye are shuffling. I don't know if that is like a searching shuffle or if that's a broken shuffle.
Yeah, it's quite hard to tell from here.
Janklers just seem to be sort of hugging the wall. They've managed to escape the wall and they're sort of turning again. I assume they're looking for something. Oh, they've locked onto something, I think. They just kind of zoomed forwards a little bit.
There's a lot of wobbling going on. It seems to be a very top-heavy robot.
Yes, so interestingly, their robot seems to have Mecanum wheels, but they are just turning in a circle.
Yeah, it makes certain things easier using those fancy Omni wheels, but two-wheeled movements like that isn't necessarily one of them.
So Jankler sort of seems to keep going in and out of their starting zone. Headington has left their starting zone, and they're doing sort of a slightly confused shuffle again.
They are, yeah. In the meantime, we have Abingdon School here in the green. Unfortunately, their code crashed shortly after start. Hopefully, they'll be able to take the logs and work out exactly where that bug is.
They will at least get third place for showing up, so that's something.
That's very true.
I've got to say, I do quite like Janklers. They've got, I think these are 3D printed parts, and they're all in pink, which I think is a good look.
I'm definitely a fan of hot pink robots. Hot pink and black is a very strong aesthetic choice.
Is this hot pink? I feel like this is more pastel pink.
It's pink. That's the important thing.
Yeah, so they've done a lot of turning, and every so once in a while they sort of jump forwards a little bit like they found something, and then they lose it again.
I mean, that's a very common strategy, is drive a bit and then scan for a thing, drive a bit, scan for a thing. They seem to be turning quite far around, which does slow them down, and whatever they find seems to be behind them and in front of them.
Yes, so Headington seems to be sort of, I can't tell if they've shuffled a bit further forward since I last looked. They're very close to some of their cubes, but they haven't got any of them, and that is now the end of the round.
Very well done, teams.
Yes, again, it's always nice to see early movement at this early stage of the competition.
And again, only one team out of all the teams there didn't move. And it was so close seeing Headington Rye School get so close to the pallets, sorry, not the cubes, the pallets at the end. Just didn't get it. The time ran out.
No, unfortunate. You were going to say something about Midsummer Norton Friends, because they're quite a unique team this year.
That was absolutely amazing. Like, the fact that they're a rookie team and they managed to get movement in their very first match is amazing. But also, you may have noticed that their name is a bit strange. Midsummer Norton Friends is an unusual name for a school, and that's because it isn't a school. It is genuinely a group of friends from Bath. And it is the only non-school team that we have this year.
Actually, I'm probably going to get corrected by someone who's been doing this a lot more than me, but I think from memory, I think they're the only non-school or non-scout group-related team that I've ever seen. Because obviously we've had schools, we've had code clubs, we have scout groups, but I've never seen a loose group of people come together to form the competition. So it will be quite interesting. Maybe we can go and speak to them later to find out how they came about in knowing about Student Robotics and how they managed to form their team.
Absolutely, I'd love to hear that story. And yeah, hopefully we'll get to meet them in the interviews.
Also, they're quite an interesting team name, Jankler Stacking Solutions. So that's another thing that we have to find out. And also, just another quick thing to mention about Midsummer Norton Friends. They managed to place themselves 5th in the league, which I think is the second highest rookie team placement this year, which is amazing to see.
The second highest.
Yes.
So they're 2 rookie teams in the top 5.
Yep.
That is amazing. So yeah, definitely, if you are a student watching this and you'd like to get involved, there is nothing stopping you. We look forward to meeting you.
So we're just having our next match in just over 20 seconds with Peter Simmons, Haberdashers, Colliers and Hampton School.
Peter Simmons College, Haberdashers and Richard Collyer, and we will be
Very enthusiastic.
even louder, and we will be starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go.
Okay. The incredibly loud suction pump from Haberdash is now turned off.
Thank God.
And they're sort of scanning the arena. We've got movement from Richard Collier's. It looks like they're trying to line up with one of their cubes. Same with Haberdashers. They're sort of going off at an angle. Peter Simmons is moving, but I don't know if it's found anything. Oh, and that is a cube for Haberdashers. I have a feeling that Richard Collier's has just missed theirs, unfortunately. So Haberdashers has one inside of their robots. And I assume they're going to take it somewhere, but I don't know where.
Yeah, that suction pump is back on. It's lowering down onto the pallet. Will it pick it up?
So it looks like what?
No.
Okay.
No,
yeah.
it won't.
Oh dear. Still, if they manage to push it forward so that it is in their second zone, they will get points for that. Just not as many as they could, I believe. They're spinning around. Haberdashers looks like they're looking at all of the pink cubes, which aren't theirs. Richard Collier's, I think, is going for another cube if they can find it. At the moment, they're just sort of spinning. Unfortunately, we've not seen any movement from Team Ham, and Peter Simmons is still spinning in a circle in their starting zone. Oh, we've got very swift spinning around from Haberdashers. They've got another cube inside of their robot, and they're sort of they're shuffling from side to side, banging it up against the internal walls of their robots, and not actually taking it very far in any particular direction.
I've had a look at the Hampton and Lady Hollis School, and unfortunately their code has crashed.
Richard Collier's is running up against our low plinth here. I think they want to get past it, but it's quite secured to the ground, I would hope.
You would hope.
Yeah, it's shifting a little bit worryingly, but it's stayed firm so far. Currently, what Richard Collier seems to be doing is just pushing all of their cubes slightly out of their starting positions and in no useful direction. Oh, and Haberdashers has run into the wall. They have another cube inside of their robots. I think it might be the same cube, but they're not actually doing anything with it. They're just spinning around. And that is now the end of the round. Very well done, teams.
That is a bit unfortunate from Haberdashers. I thought that we were about to see the first pallet scoring round of SR2025.
But we saw the first pallet ever being touched.
That is
or
true.
Captured by a
Captured,
robot,
yeah.
if you can call it that.
It's going to be interesting to see whether or not they can get that suction cup mechanism to work.
I really want to see it working. That would
Yeah.
be so cool, because then they can move two pallets at the same time as well. So as you notice, they're moving around
Yeah.
while keeping the pallet within their robot.
They have a lot of swagger, just like, yeah, I'm in the arena, I'm
It
a
was
robot.
very
yeah.
smooth movement. I do wonder what kind of motors they're using. So,
I
like
have
in
no idea.
comparison to the jacket movement
Yeah.
that we used to seeing at Student Robotics. Absolutely. But yeah, I think it's absolutely amazing that in this round, all four robots moved.
Yeah.
Now I know that they had a code crash, but before the code crash, they
Yeah.
did move. They didn't get the movement bonus,
No.
but the fact that they moved means something is working.
I
in
think
there.
anything that works at this stage is a positive sign in all teams and their teams, advisors, volunteers, etc. They should definitely be happy that something is working at this stage. Again, as we're going to repeat this quite a lot, early days, they have so much time ahead of us to fix all of these issues that are coming up.
Shenya, I mean, it's incredible to think that the competition is just over 2 days.
Yes.
Because in my head, thinking of previous years, it's like
Yep.
a month of
Yep.
being here and watching the rapid development and fixing of things, both physically and
Yep.
in code. Because there's still, I've seen teams, work with tools to tinker around.
It's, I've seen a few teams just walking around this morning. They've brought in their own 3D printers. They've brought in like a whole workshop's worth of equipment to this venue, which I guess is what you need when you need to do the rapid prototyping, development, fixing. Hopefully parts of the robot don't fall off, but we have seen that before.
Unfortunately, yes.
So, match 27, we have MAI, Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf, we have Wisbech, and we have the Ladies College Guernsey. Let's go.
Taken away. Okay, and we were starting this match in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, slow and quite smooth movement from Highfield School. The Ladies' College is also off. That's a lovely hot pink, I think, from the Ladies' College.
I have been told.
Oh, and Ladies' College have grabbed a cube. Highfield School has also grabbed a cube. They're lifting it up. That's really quite nice and high there. MAI has sort of turned towards the wall. I don't know if that's where they were aiming. And Wisbech Grammar School. Oh, Ladies' College has put a cube on a plinth. Very, very well done.
It's the first of the physical competition so far.
Highfield School has swept one cube into their zone and put another one. They have 2 cubes in their middle zone, and they have one on the plinth. So that is very, very well done by them. Ladies' College has picked up their second cube there. Looks like they're going to put it on top.
Their
of
robot
the
might be
first
high enough
one.
to put it directly on top.
Looks like that might be what they're going for. It'd be very impressive if so. In their first round, no less. Very, very
Yes,
nicely
they have.
done there. That is a slightly precarious tower, but I think it's going to hold, hopefully.
Just over a minute. I think it might stay.
Highfield School is going for their 4th cube, which they are lifting up nice and high again. And looks like they're going for... Their strategy is to sweep up 2 cubes and lift up 1 and put them all in the same zone.
Yeah, that is a really efficient strategy. That's 3 moved
Oh,
incredibly
Ladies'
quick.
College, I think, might be going for the center plinth.
Again, first for the competition. Will they get it?
Yes!
Yes, they will!
Very nicely done by Ladies' College there.
What a match we're seeing so
Oh.
far.
And those robots have just skated past each other, but it looks like the Highfield School is also going for the blame plinth, and they might... Oh! They would have knocked off Ladies' College, but unfortunately they didn't push quite far enough, and so their cube has instead fallen into the main zone. I think they will still get 3 points for that, but they won't get the double.
That is correct. Yes, we did intentionally size the raised area so that that wasn't possible to have 2 on there.
Oh, Ladies' College is going for the pink zone middle plinth, and they've not quite managed to get that cube on, but it is still in that zone, so they'll score points for that.
5 seconds remaining now.
2, 1. And that is the end of the match. That was an excellent show from our teams there.
Amazing performances.
And just like that, we've gone from no movement to the highest scoring round of the competition so far.
Only a couple matches in as well.
Right.
Wow.
We've had
We got drama.
we have drama. But we first need to start off by saying I neglected to mention that the Highfield School were in this match, so I want to apologise for saying that. More so because they managed to score quite a lot of points.
And the reason we forgot, sorry, is because they are a rookie team.
Yeah.
So we are learning everyone's names, everyone's school names. But yeah, that is a rookie team. That
And
is incredible.
They got so many points in. They even got pallets on top of districts, on top of high rises. Sorry.
Absolutely. That was such a tense moment
Yeah.
when they almost pushed the other team's pallet off of
Yeah.
the plinth. That was
Yeah.
incredible.
I think that's going to happen more and more. They've got their strategy. Sorry. I know, I'm just a bit speechless. I didn't expect so much spice to happen so early on.
I have a gut feeling that we're going to have to look into the rule book
Yeah.
very, very deeply to
Yep.
see what happens in certain situations.
Yeah. The robot from Gymnasium, Markt, Indersdorf, unfortunately didn't manage to get a lot of tokens, but they did. The feeling for their team this year is quite impressive. They're all dressed up in boiler suits, and they have like hard hats. And I don't know if you saw, but they had a rotating beacon of light on top of their robot.
Yes, I did love that. You know, safety first, everyone.
Yeah,
Safety
exactly.
First. You want to make sure that your brakes work and not the...
Warning: our robot will score all the points, so be careful. It is really nice to see how much one of the teams throw themselves into their costumes. But now we have match 28 between Queen Mary's College, St Olave's, King Edward's Grammar School and Riffin School.
King Edward VI School, not to be confused with King Edward VI Grammar School, who is also competing.
Naming things is hard.
Indeed. And we'll be starting this match in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, we've got movement from 3 of our robots. King Edward's just exited. Queen Mary's College is going for their first cube here, and they've got their sucker down on it. They've lifted it. Very, very nicely done. Ruthven School is heading slowly over towards their cubes, and they've just sort of swept in between 2 of them and grabbed neither, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Queen Mary's School's technique seems to be to pick up many pallets and drop them inside the little hopper inside their robot. Unfortunately, just earlier, they weren't quite able to line it up properly, and it did fall over.
Ruthven School is making another go for a cube. They have one inside their robot and one sort of outside their... They've got a barrier in the middle of their robot that they put down over one cube, and they have one on the outside. King Edward School has half left their starting zone, but not done much else, and we've not actually seen any movement from St. Olave's, unfortunately. Oh, Ruthven School has lifted a cube successfully with their sucker, and I assume they're taking it somewhere, but they need to figure out where. Queen Mary's has lifted another one, and they've dropped it very nicely inside their hopper that time.
That's how to do it.
And they've run up on this plinth, and they've deposited a cube inside their middle scoring zone. Not on the plinth, but still in that zone, so that's points for them.
That's 2 points for them.
They're making another run at it.
Hopefully they don't move it out. We have seen that many times in Student Robotics where teams take points away from themselves.
Yeah, looks like they're sort of catching themselves on the plinth. I'm not sure they've quite realized that that does not move.
Yeah, given their driving direction, that might be saving them from pushing those pallets out of their scoring zone. The main thing that matters is where they are when the clock hits 0.
Ruthven School, I think, tried to align with their middle plinth, but they didn't quite get there, and so their cube is just outside of their middle zone, unfortunately, when they dropped it.
Yeah, it must be fully inside all of the lines vertically to count as inside the scoring zone.
Queen Mary's College really wants this plinth to move, and I don't think it's going to happen.
I hope it's not going to happen.
Ruthven School is going for some more cubes, sort of sweeping them in, but there are only 10 seconds left of this round, so I'm not just going to be able to do much with them. It's lifted one, but we are ending this round in 3, 2, 1, and that is the end of the round.
Very well done, teams. Very well done.
Very well done indeed.
More scoring point rounds.
Absolutely, I love the simultaneous movement from Ruthven.
Yep.
I think we both, obviously, you can't hear us, but we both gasped when that happened. Like, it moving past and then the sucker picking up
That
the
was
other
pretty cool to
pallet, that
see.
was amazing.
So the fact that that mechanism works already is really good, because what I imagine they might do is they might push 2 tokens simultaneously and pick up the rear one and use that one to put it onto the pallet to put it onto a high rise.
We're getting there.
We'll get in there.
We'll get there.
We'll get all the names right 100%. Queen Mary's College were very good. They managed to get a pallet in the district. I think they got it in the outer district. So that's 1 point each. Well, they got 2.
Believe so.
2 points,
Yeah, 2
game
points. 2 points.
Yep. Excellent, which was nice to see. I'm sorry, I'm still recovering a bit after that previous match, if I'm going to be honest.
To be honest, yeah. High drama, high drama. And also, thank you so much to everyone who's been commenting on the YouTube live stream as well. We really appreciate it. We will take a look more often and give shout outs as well. Thank you.
We have supposedly a team member from King Edward VI Grammar School, Manus fans, in the chat saying "Go Manus, go." I don't know if that's the name of a team member or the name of their robot, so maybe we'll have to go and ask.
We'll have to ask. Yes, there's also someone thanking someone named Ben. We don't know who that is. But
thank you,
go.
Ben Miller. It sounds great. You have support in the live stream chat.
Yeah, back home, or maybe someone's commenting
yeah,
while
yeah.
they're here.
Yes, because our live stream is being pumped round our venue, so people can tune in and listen as they're hastily debugging on their robot and getting it all to work. It's just, I'm really enjoying seeing everyone's mechanisms come alive, seeing everyone's strategy come alive. It's been really good.
So next we have Barton Peveril, we have Harris Westminster Sixth Form, we have King Edward Grammar School, and we also have a rookie team, School of St. Helen and St. Catherine.
In the pink, we do have King Edward VI Grammar School, and in the yellow, we have the School of St. Helens and St. Catherine's. Let's go in 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Okay, we've got movement from Barton Peveril, movement from King Edward's Grammar, and a speedy off the mark from St Helens and St Catherine's. King Edward's looks like they're trying to line up with a cube. St Helens is doing the same thing. St Helens has got like grabby arms, similar to King Edward's, but not as tall.
But there is also a suction pump there.
Interesting. Yes. So I think they align their cube and then they suction it up.
It's a very good way to make sure it's
They
definitely
have
not going
managed
anywhere.
to lift a cube already, which is very nicely done. But they're spinning around, and I don't think they can find. I think they might be holding their cube in front of their camera, which might stop them from finding useful landmarks.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Oh no, they've aligned with something. I'm not quite sure where their camera is.
Oh, I think it's actually right at the bottom between their wheels.
And yes, they've just banged it into the plinth. But they have managed to put a cube on the plinth in their middle zone. That's very, very nicely done. And this is St Helens and St Catherine's first year, which is very impressive showing from them in their first match, I think it is. They're lining up with a second cube there, which I think they're going to lift the same way. King Edward's Grammar School is sort of pushed a cube into their middle zone, but not all the way. So I don't think that gets them points. And now they're just sort of spinning. St Helens and Catherine's looks like they're going for the same plinth, and they might be trying to place another cube on top. And they've managed it. That is 2 cubes stacked up in their middle. Oh, and it just fell off. Oh dear, oh
And
dear.
out of the scoring zone as well. Oh, that is such a shame, but a valiant performance from them nonetheless.
I think a little bit of tweaking of their code and they will get that down over the course of the next few matches, which would be great to see.
40 seconds left, they might be going for it again.
King Edward's Grammar School has pushed their pink cube into their middle zone. I think maybe not on purpose, but that will score them points.
Yeah, that's 2 points for them for being in that middle set of scoring zones.
And Barton Peveril with their punching arm on the front has sort of left their starting zone and is aiming for their middle pins, but they don't have any cubes associated with them. So they're just sort of having a meander. We've got 10 seconds left. Is St Helens and St Catherine's going to be able to get that cube somewhere that will score them points? They look a bit baffled at the moment. And that is the end of the round, and they've just dropped that cube when their robot ended. But that
It's very impressive to see. All the teams that were in that match did manage to score points because they all left their scoring zone.
Yes, I was quite scared about King Edward's because they moved and then they stayed there, and you have to fully move your zone to get that point, but they managed to do it in the end.
It was also quite nice to see they didn't quite initially they didn't manage to push the pallets fully into their scoring zone, and we define that by if the pallets is fully within the inner line of the zone, then we count that as in. Initially the basically the box was hanging over the edge, so that wouldn't have counted, but by some fluke of chance, they did manage to push it in.
By design.
No, that's true. Yeah, it's design. It's not a fluke. It's design. It's not a bug. It's a feature.
Of course. Well, that is genuinely a feature.
Yeah,
that is a primary
feature. My code
feature.
has no bugs. It just has unintended features.
Unfortunately, the feature we also saw is that what can happen is that you can have your pallet, gaining points on high rise and then falling down and falling out of the scoring zone, unfortunately.
But they did manage to push it back in again. I think that was, I need to look at my cheat sheet. The school of St Helens and St Catherine's, they, as you say, they were going for the second stack, but it fell off and fell out of the zone. But they did manage to push back in.
They're back.
Yeah.
Again, it's amazing to see a rookie team not just move in their first match, but move and gain so many points as well.
That must be such a confidence booster. Like if I was on their team right now, I'd be like,
Yes.
So despite the fact that Barton Peveril didn't manage to get any pallets, I want to know what that punching thing on the front of their road. I haven't seen it being used yet, but I'm intrigued as to what it's going to be used for.
Yeah, the mosquito nose. Yes. I also noticed that there was from.
We'll carry on.
We have the
next
next
segment.
match.
We have Hills Road, Peter Simmons, Nower Hill, and Hazelwick. Let's go.
Hills Road sixth form, Peter Simmons College, and a no-show from Nower Hill School. Got a lot of very interesting looking robots. The sides of Hazelwick are painted, and I'm curious to know what it is. But we will be starting this match in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Hills Road is slowly lifting up their sucker, but they've not actually driven anywhere. Hazelwick doesn't appear to be moving. Peter Simmons also does not appear to be moving. Hills Road is turning, but they haven't left their starting zone. And they've turned into the wall. Oh, they've reversed. Not quite sure. Oh, movement from Hazelwick. They are turning in a circle. And driving directly into the wall.
Yeah, looking over here in the orange in the Peter Simmons robot, unfortunately their code has crashed. They will probably not be doing too much in this match.
Yet Hazelwick is continuing to turn in a circle, and Hills Road has not left its starting zone. I think it might have given up.
Yeah, its code has finished by the looks of it on the code on top of the brain board. Can't imagine it doing...
Hazelwick has left their starting zone. They are slowly trundling towards one of their cubes, and they've managed to sweep it inside of their robot, and they've also got one of the green cubes.
Yeah, it's not a very good strategy, giving points to other teams. We have seen it many times in the past, but it's still not a good idea anyway.
Yes, I imagine Hills Road is not complaining at this point in time.
No, absolutely. Oh, actually, they're spinning a little bit. This could... Oh, actually, there is no wheel on one side.
Yes, they have a Mecanum wheel on one side and no wheel on the other side.
Where is this wheel?
I don't think it's fallen off because I'm not seeing it anywhere in the arena.
I've heard from our scorers it's underneath the robot.
Oh, I see. That's not ideal.
No, they're meant to go on the out. Oh, and actually the other one's come off too.
And their other wheel has fallen off as well. They're not going to be going anywhere. They are nicely sort of cocooned inside the robot is a yellow cube and a green cube inside a scoring zone.
Which is really unfortunate because the green one is in, but I'm pretty sure from here the yellow one is out. So they've given points to HRS and not given themselves any points.
Yeah, not what they were aiming for, I assume. No. They're going to have to secure their wheels before their next match, I think.
Yes, definitely. Hopefully Help Desk can give them a hand.
And we will be ending this round in 2-1-0. We had some interesting things happening with Hazelwick, but unfortunately they've scored points for other people.
Quite a lot to unpack there. First of all, the hand of generosity strikes again, despite it being a competition.
Unwillingly, possibly. But I mean, you win some, you lose
and
some.
You give points away sometimes, maybe.
You give extra wheels away.
You give extra. Yes, Hazelwick. Was it Hazelwick? Hazelwick.
It was Hazelwick
they
indeed.
managed to lose one of their wheels.
I think they'd lost both by the end.
Oh no!
I was watching the arena, and what happened is their right wheel fell off, and then they were rotating it and drove over that wheel, which I assume caused the other wheel to fall off as well.
The other wheel was like, "Hey, I want to get in on this jam. I want to be free."
Be donated to the other team as well,
yeah, exactly.
along with the other pallet.
It's really unfortunate to see that they managed to give a point to Hills Road, but I think Jake said that they didn't manage to get themselves any point.
I think they swooped up their pallet first, and then the other team's pallet second.
Yeah.
And as they moved, that front pallet, which was the other team's pallet, made it into the scoring zone, while theirs, I think, was just out of it.
Mm-hmm. And I guess it's worth mentioning as well, in a situation where a pallet is inside of another robot, the way we determine whether or not it is actually worth any points is that at the end of the match, if we pick up the robot and the pallet stays where it is, then that pallet counts for points.
Which I could see being very exciting with the suction cup.
Yes.
If the power is turned off.
Oh
and then
gosh,
the pallet falls.
There might be a race condition between the match ending and the sucker being turned off. Will it fall in time?
I don't think we've got high-speed cameras yet.
Not yet. Maybe in a few years.
Yeah, maybe with enough sponsors, although I don't think we can. Anyway, the next match is Wisbech Grammar School, Haberdashers, I am sorry, Hayden School and Abingdon School.
Now, match number 31, we have Wisbech Grammar School in the pink. 3 teams in position. ready to go. We will start in 3, 2, 1. Press start. Let's go.
Okay, we have movement from Hayden School. They've left their start zone. Same with Wisbech, and now Haberdashers is off as well. Hayden School is charging straight for the plinth in the orange zone, which doesn't get them anything they want. Wisbech Grammar School has swept up an orange cube and a green cube. Looks like one of them is kind of jammed under their sweepy-inny things.
I think they're called arms.
That would be the word I was looking for, yes. I think they're not moving now. I don't know if they're stuck or if they're looking for something or if they're just chilling. Hayden School is turning in a circle. I have a feeling they maybe can't find what they're looking for, but I'm not sure what they're looking for. Haberdashers, I think either their code has crashed or their code literally was just leave the start zone, so I score a point for leaving the starting zone and then don't do anything.
It's a strategy, I guess.
Well, it will score them more points than Abingdon, who didn't show up.
Their code claims to still be running.
Interesting.
My guess is it's stuck looking for something in a loop. We see that many, many times in Student Robotics in the past.
Yeah, I have a feeling Hayden School may also be looking for something, except its code is to turn in a circle and look for something, and it's never managed to find it.
Less than a minute left and still lots of spinning coming from the Hayden School's robot.
Yes, their robot also appears to be decorated with a multitude of Hello Kitty stickers.
Yeah, that's an aesthetic. It's a
It's
bold choice.
It's not a bad aesthetic. I quite like it. Haberdashers, meanwhile, they're caution coloured. They've got the black and yellow striping the whole way round.
It's just danger
Yes.
everywhere.
Five seconds to the end of our round now. 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of match 31. Very well done, teams.
You noticed something there. Zone 1 seems to be a very popular tourist destination in this match.
There is, yeah, we've had Generosity and now we have a party. That's very nice to see. I'm sorry, we just saw in the YouTube comments someone saying go Abington School. Ooh. It seems that Abington either didn't come to the party or didn't get the invite.
But nonetheless, it is very much appreciated to see people interacting with us on the live stream. And don't forget, you can talk to us, we will respond. So yeah, please, go for it.
It is a live stream.
Live stream, yeah, that's it.
Absolutely. So not much happened points-wise, unfortunately, this round. But there was movement from all the teams, so that is always really nice to see.
I thought Wisbech was about to execute another lovely act of generosity because they managed to get their token and, sorry, not token, pallet. I mean, to get that out of my head. They got one of their pallets and also a pallet from another team. So I thought maybe they were about to be very generous.
Yes. But there is so much excitement. It helps, at least for our voices, to have slightly less exciting matches as well.
So, Wisbech Grammar School, pretty interesting. In the virtual competition, what they did during for the virtual league is they actually split their code up into multiple libraries, which meant that code being modular means it's easier to maintain, easier to debug, and hopefully that means when they come into the competition now, they'll be able to find out problems a lot easier and debug them a lot quicker.
Absolutely. And on a much less technical note, I just wanted to say that I noticed that Hayden's robot was Hello Kitty themed, and they happened to be pink this time round by pure luck. So I thought I'd mention that, you know.
Again, I love it. I love it when teams throw all of their energy into their costumes. It's so nice to see.
Oh, absolutely. I still remember the raspberry pies.
The raspberry pies.
Beautiful.
The tastiest year for Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf. I think that one was.
Yes. So next we have Headington, Rye, Oxford, Royal Grammar School, Hampton and Lady Eleanor Halls College, and the Highfield School. Again, a rookie team.
We have Highfield School, Headington Rye, Royal Grammar School, Guildford, and Ham. Starting in 2, 1, go. Oh, speedy off the mark from Headington Rye, zooming out of their corner. Highfield School is going a bit slower, but looks like they've nicely lined up. Royal Grammar School Guildford is on the move, and it's just missed one of its cubes. I think it thinks it has it, but it's not grabbed it. Headington Rye has moved some things around, but it's not actually got anything inside of its robots. So interestingly, Headington Rye seems to have a ramp inside of there. Oh, and the flag has fallen off Royal Grammar School Guildford. The Highfield School, however, are doing very nicely for themselves. They have a stack of cubes there. They have one up, half on the plinth, half on their other cubes, and 2 cubes inside the zone. That'll score them a very good number of points. Royal Grammar School Guildford is trying to do things, but not succeeding, mostly. And very nearly banged into the pink plinth, but they stopped just before. We're unfortunately not seeing any movement from Team Ham. I'm not going to read out that full name because it's very long. And Highfield is going for their 4th cube, which they are lifting up nicely there. Looks like they have a very good strategy down this really early in the game, which is they pick up their outside cube, they lift it, and then they sweep the other 2 in the row, and they put them all in the same zone, and that scores them a very, very nice number of points.
I think that's 20 game points.
I think you are right, and it looks like they're heading for the middle plinth with their final cube as well.
That would be an additional 6.
Will be an additional 6 points.
Can they get on? Yes, they can.
Very,
Fantastic
very nicely done. It's perfectly placed in the middle there. Very, very good show from Highfield School. And Royal Grammar School Guildford looks like they might be gunning for the Highfield robot. Nope, they've turned around. I think Headington is stuck on their plinth. They're trying to get round it and they're failing. But we only have 5 seconds left of this match. And that is now the end of the round. A very, very impressive performance from Highfield there.
Particularly impressive given they are a rookie team and this is their first
Wow.
competition.
Amazing. I mean, I had, palpitations when I saw them go backwards with that 3rd cube pallet, and I thought, oh no, are they going to do something strange? No, they're heading for the plinth.
We saw them turn and we were like, yes, we know what we're doing.
That was incredible.
They actually got so many points in that round. I think from my rough calculations, they got 20 points from the middle 4 inner districts, and then they got 6 points for having the highest token. Highest pallet in the central district. Was amazing to see.
I mean, all of their pallets gained them points this round.
Yes.
We've not, I
don't
can't
think-
remember
no,
a
I don't
competition in which I've seen that before.
No.
That is amazing.
And just to reiterate, yes, the Highfield School are a rookie team. So,
Literally, there is nothing stopping anyone from taking part, clearly.
no. Although I do wonder, yes, they are doing very well. However, if some of you may remember the final from last year, one of the teams, I'm going to have to look it up, or you can go and have a look at the final for SR2024.
It's on YouTube.
But it's on YouTube. But one of the teams relied on a certain position for their tokens as part of their strategy, and in a very dramatic turn of events, one of the other teams in the final actually disrupted the position of that token. So
Because
actually
they knew they'd be competing against that team and that
Exactly.
they had that method.
So I really wonder if have the Highfield School, by revealing their very impressive strategy at this point, have they put themselves at a disadvantage? Because the other teams can see it, right? So maybe
true.
they're learning, and maybe they're putting in, when the match starts, we can do this.
That's not to say they don't have something else up there.
That's
later
true.
on.
They might have their own strategies.
So next we have the Ladies' College. We have Richard Collyer, I believe. College of Richard Collyer. We have St. Olave's, and we have Midsummer Norton Friends, which again is a rookie team.
The stacking solutions. We will start in 3, 2, 1. As the screens say, begin.
Okay, Ladies College is off in a nice sort of straight diagonal line there, and they're looking for some of their cubes. Richard Collier's is heading towards the center cube of their line over here. And looks like they've got that tucked nicely inside of their robot. Nope, they've just pushed it. I can't. The problem is with this robot is it's transparent and also reflective. So if I'm looking at it from the wrong angle, I think all sorts of things are happening. Ladies College has very nicely popped their cube on their middle plinth there. Very, very nicely done. Looks like they are lining up with their second cube. Very nicely done again. I think Richard Collyer thinks they have a cube and they're trying to lift it, but they do not, in fact, have anything.
Yeah, now I'm over here with the MDN Jankler stacking solution robot. Unfortunately, their battery is flat.
And we have a stack of 2 from the Ladies College Guernsey. Very, very nicely done there. No movement from St. Olaf's, unfortunately. Richard Collier's is sort of reversing their cubes into the green zone. Which I don't think is their strategy particularly.
It makes them harder to find for other robots if they're just assuming they are where they started.
Ladies College is running into their plane and they've knocked one of their cubes off, unfortunately.
Yeah, but they are still the highest in that area, so they do still get the doubling mechanic.
Yes. They're sort of bashing against their plinth. And they've not knocked off their next cube, but it's getting a little precarious. And they're heading for the middle plinth now, but they have unfortunately dropped their cube and it's rolled outside of the middle scoring zone.
Ten seconds remaining of this match.
Three, 2, 1, 0. Very, very well done.
Gosh, the Ladies College
Getting points.
Getting points. And I think at one point they had the highest.
At one point.
At one point.
I'm sorry.
Here at Student Robotics, we tell the best puns.
Well, it depends who's judging.
That's true. I think at one point they had the highest stack that we've seen so far, but unfortunately they did knock it down again.
But for a moment.
For a
brief moment.
Following that line, obviously, they're building cities, so they were like, no, we don't like this building quite this high. Maybe people don't want to live here.
But did they get planning permission?
Did they get planning permission?
It is amazing to see. Like, I want to see that strategy work without them knocking it off. But it'll be really exciting to see.
I'm really curious to see what the highest stack we are going to get this year is.
Well, I guess that's somewhat limited. I feel like it'd be difficult to change the robots at this point.
I think so, yeah.
But there's a lot to work with here. I mean, we've seen areas created so that they can stabilize the pallet on top.
Yep.
The strategies are amazing.
We've had some nice interaction from Manus fans in the chat from King Edward VI Grammar School saying the robots don't break, they just take dramatic pauses, which absolutely yes. And saying win or lose, at least we're not doing homework right now, which is very true. Much rather be doing.
That's probably winning.
That is winning. That is most certainly winning. Much rather be watching our fantastic robotics competition than doing homework. And finally, just encourage everyone to keep it on going. Absolutely, we love the support that everyone's giving to us right now.
Definitely. Thank you so much, and thank you for watching as
Thank
well.
you.
It's very nice to see everyone online.
So just over 30 seconds until our next league match. Let's see who's in that match. We have Hazelwick, we have Brookenhurst, we have
Harris Westminster School.
Thank you very
and
much.
we have King Edward
School,
not Grammar School.
Yep.
We will have to make sure we get that right.
Yep.
Hazelwick and Brockenhurst College. Alistair is measuring some of the robots and has knocked the USB out of one of them. You've knocked the USB out of your robot there. Okay, that is the start of the match, but I think we may have to, waiting. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, the lighting I think will be a bit out, but the robots should run for the right amount of time. Okay, we have Brockenhurst is turning towards the wall. Hazelwick has raised up their sucker, but they've not gone anywhere. And King Edwards is just sitting there. We unfortunately don't have Harris Westminster, who would have been in the pink zone. The bright side of not moving Hazelwick's robot is their wheels can't fall off again.
This is good. We heard after the previous match that they glued their wheels on, and apparently the glue didn't quite have time to cure between when they put it on and their next match.
Yes, I've also been told by Hazelwick that the design of their robot is a truck, and the back of the robot is the front of the truck, and so they're theoretically reversing around the arena to collect things.
It's an interesting way of moving. I mean, technically, because their wheels are at the back, it's a front-wheel drive lorry, which again isn't exceptionally common.
But it is a very good-looking robot, I have to say.
Yeah, the artwork on the outside is fantastic.
Brockenhurst here is turning in a circle inside their starting zone. I'm told it has seen something. I don't know whether it's going to do anything about that information.
Speaking of seeing things, I can see that the King Edward VI King of the Six School, robot has unfortunately crashed its code.
Yes. In addition, the King Edward's robot has a lot of eyes on the top of their robot, I believe.
Yeah, it's kind of freaky.
They've got a wood design and it's got eyes on it. I think also blood. This is supposed to be. It's a mimic. Yes, from D&D. It's very lovely painting here, but unfortunately they're not moving.
Robots are meant to move.
Indeed. Yes. The design team has said that it's not their problem. That's the robot's not moving. They're separate departments.
Yeah, but that is the end of the match. Very well done, teams. Very well done. Round of applause, I think, definitely.
Unfortunately, no movement in that match, but it's also always nice to take a bit of a pause.
Well,
Appreciate the
there
scenery.
was movement,
There
but not
was.
in a direction, so
No.
not enough to gain any points.
No,
at all in this
unfortunately,
match.
no one moved out of their starting zone.
Yes.
But I think Hazelwick, they did mention that Hazelwick did at least manage to get their suction mechanism moving at all, which is good.
That is good. And also, I think they mentioned that they glued the wheels back on, but the glue hadn't cured yet, which I think is a delightfully technical, physical problem about time. So.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it goes back to what we were saying, like the fact that these teams don't have that much time between one match and the next. So as you saw there, they found a solution to their problem, which is to glue their wheels on, which is very good. So they don't have the problem of losing their wheels, which is always nice to see. You kind of want them.
Yeah, but I think they've gone a little bit too far because now there's no movement at all,
No.
which does mean there's no concern about dropping any wheels,
No.
but there are also no points.
No.
Yeah, but when in doubt, I think I'd recommend duct tape.
Duct tape is definitely a worthwhile solution.
Yeah, it's not neat, it's not elegant, but it would work, and
No.
it doesn't need to cure.
Kid Edwards' sixth school had a pretty funky design on the top of their robot. They had a bunch of eyes.
Oh, it's done really well. I
the
think it's
all-seeing
hand drawn.
robots.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a mimic, yeah,
Yes.
but not of a robot, of
No.
something stationary.
Yes, from D&D, which is
D&D.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Absolutely. So we've seen
role-playing
2
game.
games so far:
Yes.
Minecraft and D&D.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it. You know,
Love it. Yeah.
I love the fact that, like, our childhoods are still, inspiring
Yes.
students now.
Absolutely. 25 seconds until the next match.
The next match, absolutely.
Who's in it?
Next we have
Griffin,
King Edward's
the 6th grammar school.
Grammar School. We have I'm so sorry.
Peter
Peter
Simmons
Simmons
and
College
Gymnasium
and Gymnasium Markt.
Let's go.
Between MAI from Germany. We will start in 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Okay, we have Peter Simmons trundling out of their corner. King Edward's Grammar School has set off as well. Ruthin School are pressing their start button, but don't seem to be going anywhere.
No, their code has crashed, unfortunately.
Oh dear. Peter Simmons is pushing one of their cubes, but they haven't quite managed to actually grab it. MAI is off and slamming into the wall.
Off to the wall.
Yes, I believe I recognise their the red plastic that outlines their robot. I don't know if it's the same structure as last year or if they just have a lot of that going spare for their robot design. We have Peter Simmons College is banging up against the yellow zone plinth and not going anywhere. We have King Edward's has head over to the pink zone plinth and has a cube inside of its robots, which is in the middle zone for pink, and I think that will score them points. But
2 points.
yeah, I feel like they maybe had a little bit more in mind.
You'd hope. There's still a minute left. Hopefully they'll be able to wake up and grab a few more pallets and deliver them as they're intending.
MAI is now running into the wall even harder, I think.
That wall will almost certainly not move. I hope.
Yes, the robot is sort of shuddering every once in a while. Oh, it's reversed. And it's run back into the wall again. Yes, I think it thinks that whatever's going on is very different to what is actually happening.
40 seconds remaining now. Peter Simmons driving straight into that high rise. It's not going to move, I hope.
Yes, I have a feeling that because they're up against the plinth, they don't have the friction on their wheels, so it's not even like they're pushing the plinth. I think they're just kind of stuck.
And seconds now. 2, 1. And there we go. That is the end of the match. Very, very well done, teams. Very well done.
Might need some fixing later on.
I
I
think so.
don't know.
I think you said one of the robots there managed to actually catch themselves and raise themselves up.
Yes, because I could see that the wheel was spinning, but it wasn't actually contacting with the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate. And obviously, you could do as much testing at home and at school that you
Yeah.
want, but nothing can cover all possible scenarios.
No, exactly. Which is part of the good thing about partaking in these league matches now. You have an opportunity to go into the arena and actually see how your robot interacts with the arena, but also with other robots in the arena. Because even though we have, I think, I don't know if teams do build their own mini robots. I think some have in previous years, or they use our
Built
simu-
multiple robots
think
at the
so,
same
maybe,
time. Like
maybe.
it wasn't hard enough to build just
Yeah.
one.
That is impressive to see. But anyway, so it is.
We do have the test arena though.
We do
and
have the test
they
arena.
definitely test against each other, against
Yes,
other
that
robots.
is true. We have this arena here, and then upstairs in our venue, we do
An
have
identical arena.
an identical arena, so they can test to their heart's content.
Absolutely.
King Edward's VI Grammar School, pretty funky pirate flag theme they have going on there.
Yes, I'd love to get a close-up shot of that because it does have like engineering-related tools on it as well. I can't quite read what it says on the pirate flag as well, but it does mention the word engineering, which I love.
Well, what's quite interesting to see, they did manage to push the pallet into their district, and we've just had a quick double check of the rules, and a pallet will be considered in the district if it's fully within the inner four lines. The thing we were talking about earlier, whether or not it's attached to the robot, that only applies when we're considering the highest pallet in the district. So even if the sucker was still on the pallet, it would be considered in the district. So hopefully that's all points. Right, next match we have School of St Helen and St Catherine's, we have
Queen Mary's College,
We have-
Abington School, and Nower Hill School, which is a rookie team.
St Helens and St Catherine's, Queen Mary's College, and a no-show from Abingdon. We'll be starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Queen Mary's College is off, and they are making a beeline for a cube. St Helens and St Catherine's is moving now as well, and Nower Hill School is slowly heading towards a cube. St Helens and St Catherine's, I think, has grabbed their first cube already.
Yes, they have.
Queen Mary's, I think, has a cube inside of their robot. They now have 2 cubes inside of their robot. Very nicely done. And St Helens and St Catherine's is going for their middle plinth. Nower Hill School have swept up a yellow cube. Oh, St Helens and St Catherine's, that has just stayed on the plinth there. That's very nicely done. Queen Mary's College has 1 cube inside of their middle zone, and they are stacking up 3 cubes inside of their robot, which they've not
No,
quite
that's
managed to
2,
get the
unfortunately.
3rd. It just fell off, unfortunately. St Helens and St Catherine's is going for their 2nd cube, which I think they may be trying to put on top of their first one. And it's there. Is it going to stay? It is. That's a 2 cube stack on top of a plinth in their middle zone for St Helens and St Catherine's. That is very good show from them. Queen Mary's College is thinking about something. It's turning around in circles. It has 2 cubes inside. If it can get into a zone, it will score points for those, I believe. Nower Hill School is pushing some cubes around. If it just goes a little bit further, it might be able to get one into its middle zone.
50 seconds, that's ample time to do it. I give them 2 game points.
Yes. St Helens and St Catherine's has picked up their 3rd cube. So I am told that this team has an Alice in Wonderland theme, and they have a very beautiful robot here with all of the sides painted. It's got cards on it. It's got a mirror on the back. They've made roses out of playing cards.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, the mirror was very interesting when it came to regulations checking the robot. It is, in fact, okay. 20 seconds remaining now.
St Helens and St Catherine's, it looks like they've found where they're heading. Are they going to be able to put a 3rd cube down before the end of the match? They have 15 seconds.
And without knocking the other ones off?
It's down. It's down.
It's in.
It's in.
Question is, where will QMC's pallets finish?
And that is the end of the match. So these cubes inside the QMC robot, I think, are just on the border outside of the zone, unfortunately. But it's a very good performance from our teams.
So
St
close.
Catherine's, we need to talk about making us feel nervous, okay? Just listen here right now.
That was so tense. They went straight for their beautifully designed stack and then missed it. I was, oh, okay, we're good. We're
You
good.
can't see us, but we were standing and looking over the arena side because we just, it was just.
I mean, we're rooting for every
We-
single
we-
team,
we
so
do
the
root
idea of
for
a
every
team
single one.
losing their points
Yeah.
is terrifying. Oh, wow. Also, I love the fact that they do have that mirror. I do wonder, I mean, it definitely passes regulations, but I wonder whether we're going to see that as a sort of confusion mechanism for the other teams.
Maybe they'll be able to use it to reflect on their strategy. Hey.
Oh, that was so bad. Beautiful. I can only.
I
No, I'm
don't
not gonna
apologise for any of the puns that I am going to dispatch over the next 2 days.
Oh, wow.
Alice in the Wonderland themed robot. It does
Oh,
look
I
very
love
nice.
it.
It loves
yes.
it, yeah.
It's got like teacups and teapots
Yeah.
and the playing cards and everything. I really like it. It's very neat. In terms of more practical sides of design, I did notice that Queen Mary's College robot has a trapdoor design, and I am a little bit concerned that they are going to fall into that issue where if the trapdoor doesn't release the pallet when the power gets cut off, they're going to be left with the pallet inside their robot, which does not count for any points, unfortunately.
Yes, that is correct. So they did manage to get. Well, first of all, we have to acknowledge the fact that they got the mechanism working to get the pallets into
Of
their
course,
robot. So
of course.
just that little bit smidge of time. 20 seconds until our next match. We have haberdashers. We have
The Highfield School.
The Highfield School. Yeah.
Rookie team. We have Midsummer Norton Friends, another rookie team, and we have Hills Road Sixth Form College.
In the yellow. We're starting 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Okay, Haberdashers has turned but not left their start zone. Highfield School is off towards their first cube. Jankler's Stacking Solutions is backing all the way into the corner. Hills Road has now zoomed out of their starting zone. Looks like they're heading for their first cube and they're lowering their suction pump. Highfield has very nicely lifted their first cube here. The question is Hills Road's suction going to work? Will they be able to lift that cube? It's coming up so far, but they're on the very corner of that cube, so it's not a very stable hold. Okay, Highfield are going for their tried and true technique. They've swept 2 cubes into their middle zone and stacked 1 on top. Hills Road is going for their middle plinth, and they are just off to the side, and they've unfortunately dropped their cube outside of the scoring zone.
That's unfortunate to see. They've done so well in competitions in the past. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they'll be able to do, taking these learnings into account.
Haberdasher's School, I think, has 1 cube inside of their robot, which they're pushing into their middle zone. And they've just fallen over. They have managed to leave their cube inside their zone, though. So we're not going to see any more movement from them because they are on their back, but they have scored themselves some points.
Yeah, that's really funny.
Yeah, I mean that was a proper tumble all the way backwards.
And a very loud thud.
Highfield there now have 5 cubes in their middle zone, and I believe they will now be gunning for the center. They may sweep up a green cube as they go, so Hills will get points for that. They unfortunately run into the Haberdasher's robot. That's what I meant.
Yeah, the Haberdasher's carcass,
and
unfortunately.
they have dropped that cube, not in any scoring zones, unfortunately. I don't really know how you plan for a robot that falls over in your way.
Plan for any eventuality, I think, is the way to do it. You never know. This has happened before. In fact, 2 years ago, we had a robot that intentionally threw itself on its back.
The Jankler Stacking Solutions here are just sort of in their starting zone. And they're moving, but they're not moving in any sort of useful direction. And that is now the end of the match. Very well done, teams. And is that lunch now?
Obviously, we have to talk about what happened with haberdashers first.
Robot down! Robot down!
No!
How will the city be built now? But they got the point.
Yes.
So, you know, from their point of view, they're happy. Partially. Depends whether there was any damage.
No, hopefully there won't be, but they'll have the time now to go and review what actually happened.
Absolutely,
Hopefully it doesn't happen
yes.
again. Maybe it's a weight distribution issue, I'm not sure. The Highfield School, obviously they managed to get a lot of points using their tried and tested strategy.
Oh yes.
Speaking of points, we haven't looked at the league since the start of the day. Let's take a look at what's going on.
And as we can see, the Highfield School has been propelled to position number 2 in the league. This does not surprise me, given that they have used up almost all of their pallets to their advantage to gain points. Apart from the unlucky encounter with haberdashers, which again I don't know if you can plan for.
No, and it's just worth noting as well, the Highfield School and Midsummer Norton Friends, Jankler Stacking Solutions, it's a great team name. We're gonna go have to ask them where they got that from. Where was I going with that?
And whether they'll change it, because it's not very janky anymore.
No, it's very nice. What I was going to say is that we have 5 rookie teams this year. 2 of them are currently in the top 5 of the league, which is amazing.
Incredible. Absolutely mind-blowing, genuinely.
So hopefully you guys have enjoyed this first part of the day. We are now going to take a break because we need to go rest our voices and have some food.
Because we'll sound very croaky by the afternoon.
We'll be resuming at around 1 o'clock, where we'll be having some lovely team interviews for the first time. So thank you very much for watching our live stream so far. Stay tuned.
And thank you for your comments.
Now, welcome back, everyone. Now, I'm here with Marnus and Manita from King Edward VI Grammar School. So we're going to hear a bit from them about the competition, their robot, and the whole process. So, first of all, your group in particular, you did quite a lot of testing on your robot, and you actually managed to pass all 3 challenges. How do you think these challenges sort of help prepare you for the different elements of the competition?
Yeah, that's a great question. So obviously testing is one of, I feel like in this kind of, this is such a big competition. I feel like in this kind of competition, testing is such a major aspect of getting the best robot that we can. There are quite a few aspects of our robot that we tested. First, the shape of the chassis, and then how we were going to grab, and then the wheels. So all this stuff, how this helped is it kind of gave us the opportunity to make the best robot that we could have and to eliminate errors that we could see, especially with a physical competition like this. It helped us to eliminate, some of the errors that we could have faced.
Okay, that's really good. And now, how's the coding? How have you found the coding challenges? First of all, coding for the virtual competition, and then actually adapting what you've already done for the physical competition.
I think there's definitely some key points to take away for next year in terms of using the code from the virtual competition more in the physical competition and utilising that more carefully. However, I would say that we've got some really strong programmers on our team, and it's been nice for others to learn from them and for them to also develop the code further to get a good robot. I think we've got really good programmers, and it's definitely a good mix in the competition of physical elements and also programming elements, so it's a very useful competition to learn new skills and push them further.
That's really good to hear. Now, I believe you've competed in previous years, so what have you managed to bring with you from all those previous years?
Well, from the previous years, the last team gave us a few pointers before we came into this. They helped us with the organization aspect of it. They told us things, things that we should be doing before, preparation, planning. Those are kind of the things that last year's team really helped us on. And these tires, they were recommended from last year's team. So
it's always good to hear about knowledge being passed on. Now,
yeah.
With all this testing and iterating, you've certainly come across lots of different bugs. How did you go about sort of debugging it when it didn't work? And what was your most memorable sort of thing that could have gone much worse but went just ever so slightly wrong?
I think with that, so testing, so with the iterative progress.
Yeah, so what bugs did you come across as you went through?
So I think a big one for us was physical challenges. Unfortunately today we don't have a lifting mechanism with us, but we have had several different lifting mechanisms throughout. I think some of them we came across in terms of not being able to source materials. A lot of it was our own faults in design and not designing it properly from the start. So that's definitely something to look out for next year. I think another bug we had in terms of physical programming was not being able to use the code from the virtual competition, like I said a bit earlier, because that meant that there weren't as many similarities as we thought there would be, and we did have to start from scratch a little bit.
Yes, it's always interesting how you make use of the virtuals and the simulator, because you can't adjust the robot necessarily to match your design. Certainly a good one. Now, what's been the most fun part of competing in this competition and working as a team?
Well, the thing, I feel like I really like the teamwork aspect of it. The fact that, the 6 of us, we've got 2 externals in our group, but still we've all managed to come together so well. I feel like we've really built a great team here, and we've just become really good friends. I feel like that's the main thing I've taken away from working as a team.
It's really good to hear. And what about you, Anita?
I'd say as well, coming into a new school and learning a lot of new skills that I've never had before, such as DT and electronics and all that, has been really good for me personally, and getting to know all the others in the group, like Mana said.
It's really good to hear. Now, one of the things we always hear teams saying is, if only I'd had a bit more time.
Yeah.
So, if there'd been another
very familiar.
Yeah, if you'd had 2 more weeks before this competition, what do you think you could have improved or changed?
Oh, well, I feel like one of the biggest things that came out of our competition was our lifting mechanism. Unfortunately, we just didn't have enough time to do that. So if we had just a bit more time, I feel like we could have implemented in our scissor lift.
I think even one more
literally
week.
one more week.
Yeah.
It's really annoying.
These things are often right down to the wire, and so there's always that little bit extra. So, which part of this lovely robot that we've got in front of us are you most proud of?
I feel like it's got to be it's got to be the grabbing mechanism. I feel like it's not too complex, but it's also not too easy. And I feel like we learned a lot from making it. Parallel motion, 3D printing, materials, how we used the different materials we had. So if there was one part of our robot that I was most proud of, it's probably our grabbers.
And you, Anita?
I'd say the same thing. It's a really simple but effective mechanism, and it's not like we built it the first time and it worked the first time, but we've gone through the iterative process, and it's the part of our robot that works the most reliably, I would say.
So you're really proud of these grabbers. How did you settle on sort of these sorts of grabbers? Did you explore suction pumps and other things like that? Or do you go straight for grabbers, nice and simple, but lots of opportunities for further development?
I feel like we looked at, especially with the grabbers, we had a lot of iteration, literally down to the wire. We kept changing the grabbers just so we could, maximize the amount of the distance between each of the grabbers, so it would be easier for our coders to grab a box, because the more space we have, the easier it would be. So we had to keep tweaking a lot of the elements. We had to keep tweaking the shape of the radius of the circle. We had to keep tweaking this parallel bar here. So yeah, so it did definitely undergo a lot of development before we came to this final.
Yeah, and we also considered the fact if something was to go wrong, would we be able to still use it? So the best thing about these grabbers is that if we had a lifting mechanism, the platform on our robot could be moved so we could still use it. If the platform was to break, we still have a plan C sort of, so we can still use the same grabbers in basically every situation.
That's really good to hear that you've got some sort of modularity in your robot. It's always good to see teams thinking about the what-if scenarios.
Yeah.
So, taking this further, what do you think is this one key skill you're going to take away from student robotics?
Well, for me personally, I was the project leader for this entire thing. So the main thing that I would take away is the organization skills, the people skills. How do I interact with different people? How do I communicate with everyone? How do I get that entire team together to create such a beautiful thing like this? That's honestly my takeaway from the project.
And do you have anything to add, Renita?
I would say making sure to fully utilize all the people that we have around us, because out of school I think we've got a really good electronics department, we've got a good DT department, and making sure to use the people that we have around us more effectively so that we can land on an effective solution right from day one.
Well, that's really good to hear. Now, that's all we've got time for with this team, so I'm going to hand you back over to Oana while we get the next team all set up. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, that was absolutely amazing. You just heard an interview, the first ever interview with students at Student Robotics from King Edward VI Grammar School. Not school. Confusingly enough, the next interview will be from King Edward VI School. It was absolutely amazing to hear how they thought and planned their work, especially hearing not just a plan A and plan B, but a plan C as well. That is just absolutely impressive. We are currently waiting for the next school to come up, but in the meantime, I think it's a good time to take a look at our sponsors, without whom none of this would be possible. Thank you so much again to everyone who is supporting this competition, and also to new sponsors as well for allowing us to grow and to not only continue as we are, but to incorporate different and new elements such as the interviews as well. Thank you so much. And thank you also to all of the volunteers who are donating their equipment just for this weekend. We have a very professional looking deck here on the live stream deck, and it's exciting to see it put in use. And we have the next school coming right up. This is King Edward VI School. Again, they are based locally in Southampton, and I cannot wait to hear about their strategies and their highs and lows of putting their robot together. Over to Oscar.
Here with King Edward VI School, not to be confused with our previous team, King Edward VI Grammar School. So, your submission for the sensing challenge was one we actually used in our live stream to explain how it works. So, you've really clearly got the point of this sensing. How do you think that has helped you in the robot? Is this a key strength?
Right now, our sensing is very much not a key strength. We're unable to continue using the ultrasound sensor due to a lot of last-minute changes we had to make with our micro switches for our lifting mechanism, and our camera is now in a different position. So before it was more centered and level and quite low, and now it's quite high and off to the side, which means that it's not really able to see things even relatively far away because they're too low. And it's also struggling in which it will drive up and then end up with the camera over the little cubes instead of our lifting mechanism, which is what we want to be over them.
Well, that's really unfortunate to hear about these challenges that you've had. Are you managing to work through them? How's the progress going?
Yeah, we're working through them. We fixed a few issues that we were having with our micro switch just earlier, about 10 minutes ago. So we're slowly but surely getting through them.
That's good to hear. It's always unfortunate to hear about the challenges, but it's really interesting to hear how teams manage to overcome them and sort of get next through it. So, your team has competed in previous years. Have you taken any inspiration or any sort of hints and tips you've had?
I think we've taken sort of the chassis from last year, and we've sort of upgraded it, I guess. It was sort of much lower quality, and we've laser cut wood panels for this, so we get precise measurements.
That's good. It's always nice to reuse the bits, less work for you to do. Now, how have you found sort of using the simulator? Did you get a chance to play around with that?
We did, and it helped a little bit in the logic, but we found that quite often, at least from what we've seen, our code worked quite well in the simulator, but that didn't translate very well into real life, just considering where all the different sensors and pieces were in our robot, as well as sort of the inaccuracies that you see with the DC motors that we're using. They're not quite even, which is an issue sometimes.
Yes, translating the sort of the simulated code to the physical robot you've actually built is always a challenge because of these differences. So, talking about these issues, how's the debugging going? What's your process for that?
We've sort of, because of how awfully our code did in the first few rounds, we've had to sort of tear it down to basics and first sort of get each part working, so get the lifting mechanism working, and now our process is sort of looking at, okay, can we get it so that we can adjust for the camera being off center. So just taking it piece by piece, really, doing a bunch of small tests, which may not necessarily be to do with actions, but just printing out quite a lot of information.
Yes, adding in print statements to see exactly what the code is doing at exactly what time is always useful, as is that solving the one small problem before moving on to the larger issue. So, you've been working on this for 6 months now. What has been your favourite moments for each of you?
That's a very good question. I think working on the lifting mechanism, part of, I guess, the panic of having it slightly delayed, and also the rushing to get everything done in time was, now looking back on it, quite enjoyable.
I think sort of the moment when we got the lifting mechanism set up and the micro switch all set up in the sort of final few hours of, or even really minutes of working on the robot before the competition, and just having it work and be able to pick things up was probably my favorite moment.
That's really good to hear. So, so you've talked about your favorite moments, but how does it feel to finally be here? This sort of culmination of all of it. 6 months of hard work. It's got to feel quite good.
It's good, but it's quite stressful because we've had a lot of issues with our robot, which is just a lot of panic to debug it and fix it and get it working again.
I mean, in a way, I've been mainly working on the hardware, and although we've ran into a few issues with that, I'm just here to observe at this point.
Yeah, your job is done, is it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Just here to watch the software team panic.
Yes, always interesting to see the dynamic between sort of how teams solve the two almost separate halves of this challenge, the hardware and the software. So it's interesting that you got for a two-team approach. What do you think has been the benefit of having a hardware team and a software team?
It allows us to divide the work, I guess, more easily, and we have people that are obviously much more specialized in software and much more specialized in hardware. I mean, when it comes to software, I mean, I don't know what I'm doing, so I just focus on the hardware.
That's good to hear. Good to hear. So, what do you think is a key skill you're going to take away from your time with Student Robotics?
I think depends who it is. For people working on hardware, and especially with, at least for me, I did a lot of work on the Arduinos and getting that set up. So just a bit of experience on Arduinos and a bit of soldering and things like that. But especially for the main, I've done a little bit of software, but especially the main two doing the bulk work of the software, just experience with a larger project rather than just small bits of code to solve smaller problems. Something that requires many thousands of lines of code over multiple files and working together with other people to get something working.
That's good to hear. So, as a team, I'm sure you've had quite a lot of fun. So what's been the most fun moment, sort of, as a team?
I think it's more of like the communication, because at times it's a little bit rocky and a little bit stressful, especially when we're trying to do things urgently in time for the competition, and especially like in between rounds. But I think looking back on it, I think it'll be quite enjoyable.
It's always good to hear. It's nice to see that people have fun and that they take things away from this competition. So, sounds like there'd be a lot that you would use this for, but if you had another 2 weeks, how do you think it would have gone? You know, another 2 weeks before this competition.
A lot of testing our robot in the real world is sort of what I wish we could have had the time to do. Possibly set up the ultrasound sensor to get some extra logic done, which would greatly benefit our team and just the overall process and make it a lot easier to pick up and drop off the blocks. But yeah, mostly just testing it in real life. We didn't really get to do that before the main event, so when we hit start on that first round, that was the first time actually running our code in real life. If we had time to do that before and get some of the bugs sorted, we probably could have scored quite a few more points in these first few rounds.
Yeah, well, you've had time to work on it since then, so hopefully you should have some real improvements in these later rounds. So, I'd like to thank you both very much for joining us, and I'm going to hand you back over to our hosts so that they can talk us through what's going to happen next. So, thank you very much.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Well, thank you very much, Oscar, for those very insightful interviews. It was very lovely to hear from all teams involved.
And our local reporter.
Our local reporter, Oscar Lodge, on the scene.
Literally.
Literally.
Like, we can see him over there.
Yeah. So, as you can see on an overlay down here, the matches will resume in a couple of minutes. However, we are going to go and catch our breath before we have another afternoon filled with action-packed robotics. So join us again at around 24 minutes past when we'll resume and continue the league for SR2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, we've not long to go until our first match of this second block. Really looking forward to it, aren't you, Anton?
Absolutely, and I don't think you've been, you haven't been presented today. Introduce yourself. You're Oscar, one of our volunteers.
Yes, so you might have seen me briefly earlier on our interviews, but yes, I'm Oscar. I'm one of the volunteers. It's my second year with Student Robotics. I was previously a competitor, and I was doing some of the producing for this live stream last year, but it's my first time in front of the camera. However, you might also recognise me from the virtual competition.
25 seconds until our next match between Royal Grammar School in Guildford, the Ladies College Guernsey, Hazelwick and Barton Peveril. Let's go and see what happens. We'll hand over to Jake and our lovely arena side commentator, Kit.
We'll be beginning this match in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Barton Peveril is swift off the mark heading out. Ladies College is moving out as well. Royal Grammar School Guildford has also left their starting zone. Hazelwick is unfortunately not moving so far. And we have a robot collision. I think that may be our first of this year. And Ladies College has grabbed the green cube away from Royal Grammar School Guildford, so they have not managed to pick it up. They also haven't managed to pick up one of their own cubes. Hazelwick School is sort of turning around in a circle in the corner. And Barton Peveril has run up on their plinth. I think it might have sort of crashed into it. So the Ladies' College would have very nicely put down a cube on their plinth there if they were actually holding one. Unfortunately, they were not.
Yeah, that's not going to get them many points, unfortunately.
They are heading for a second cube there, though, and I think they will manage to grab this one. Yep, they've got it. They're holding it. They've lifted it. Very nicely done. And looks like they may run into Royal Grammar School Guildford again because they're sort of sliding sideways, I think that was. So Royal Grammar School Guildford is crashing into its plinth. It thinks it's trying to put something down. It's not because it's not holding anything. It has managed to push a green cube over towards the middle, but it's not in a zone. And the Ladies' College very, very nearly put a token down on the plinth, but it just fell off, but it has at least stayed in the scoring zone.
That will give them 2 game points.
Okay, Ladies' College is grabbing some more tokens here. It has a green one and an orange one, and it's managed to lift them both together. It may end up scoring some points for Royal Grammar School Guildford if it puts them down. Royal Grammar School Guildford has picked up a cube of its own, and looks like it's trying to put it on its plinth, perhaps. Ladies' College is having a look around. I think it might be going for the centre plinth at the same time as Royal Grammar School Guildford. And
a bit of a tussle.
3 cubes trying to be put on the plinth at the same time.
I think RGS may have done it. They have! Fantastic performance,
very,
RGS.
Very nicely done by Royal Grammar School Guildford. The Ladies' College has reversed and sort of crashed into the plinth. So we do have an orange token in the middle as well, and that is the end of the round. So we have an orange token in the middle and a green one on the plinth. So it was definitely interesting, these 2 robots going for the same place at the same time.
Lovely interaction there between the Ladies' College in Guernsey and the Royal Grammar School in Guildford. Both seem to be going for their own respective tokens. Pallets! They are pallets!
Yes, indeed. Indeed. And it was nice to see the Ladies' College attempting to be friendly there by picking up 2 different coloured pallets.
We do see that a lot in Student Robotics. Like, generosity does seem to be a common theme, despite it being a competition.
Definitely. It's amazing how generous teams can be. Often most unintentionally.
Yes.
Though there is a benefit to grabbing hold of your opponent's pallets and moving them. It might mean that they can't find them later, and so they would score lower.
Yep.
Certainly some strategy points to consider there.
No, absolutely. And maybe you can take other teams' pallets out of yours, out of zones where you have the most amount of points. So maybe, after you've deposited your pallets, you can go and search for other teams' pallets and kick them out of their districts. So maybe there's a strategy there.
Yeah, or maybe even knocking off all of the pallets on the high-rises to make sure that there's no doubling going on.
As seen by Nowa Hill and their lovely display of bowling in the virtual competition.
Indeed, there's always lots of strategies to be considered by what can I do not to make my points higher, but to reduce my opponent's points.
Yes. It was pretty interesting to see how the Ladies' College quite literally stole the token, the pallet, right under Royal Grammar School in Guildford's nose. But what's more impressive to see is how both robots are able to recover and continue, because a lot of times, sometimes we see our robots getting stuck and not able to continue or make progress. The fact that they have built that kind of robustness into their code shows that they're thinking about that, which is very impressive to see.
Yes, now as we approach 20 seconds to the next match, we have Hampton and Lady Eleanor Hoyle School, Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf, Hayden School and St. Olaf's Grammar School. Now let's go over to our arena team.
Let's go.
St. Olaf's there are slowly lifting up their arm thing on the front, but they've not moved. MAI is off and moving in a direction, which is not something they've done previously. So far, they've mostly just crashed into the wall. So it'll be interesting to see if they can collect a cube. Currently, they're going for a pink cube. Hayden School, who would be in that zone, are not here. They also haven't quite managed to grab it. They've just sort of pushed it around.
But interestingly, just because they're not here doesn't mean they can't get points. Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf can still give them points.
Looks like they may have just managed to pick up a pink cube. They've got these sort of, they look like sponges on these really
It really
long,
looks like washing up sponges to me.
yeah, it's definitely sponge. They've got these tall arms that they're using to grab things. Unfortunately, I don't think they're dropping them quite low enough to pick things up securely. And so they're just sort of poking at these pink cubes, which aren't even their own cubes.
They're just having a bit of a play.
Yeah. So I assume what this would be is heading towards a zone where it can put things down, except it's not holding anything. St. Olav's, they did move a little bit. They moved their arms at the start of the game, but they've not left their starting zone.
Yeah, Hampton School here as well. I'm not entirely sure what their robot is doing, but I know it isn't moving. Their code doesn't seem to be running. Hopefully that is something they will be able to fix as the competition progresses.
Yes. One of the things with MAI is they've got this orange spinning light on the top of their robot, which members of their team are also wearing on their hard hats. They've got a bit of a builders theme going on.
Quite the theme going on. Something we very much expect from Team MAI. 20 seconds remaining now. The arena filled with, well, not very much movement.
Not very much movement at all. I think MAI is just done. They did what they thought. Well, they did something. It didn't move any cubes into any zones. But it's more movement than we've seen from them previously. So it's an improvement.
And there we go, the end of match number 39. Very well done to all teams, very well done.
Yes, Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf, very much the star of that match.
Yes, not the most highest scoring of
No.
matches, but doesn't
No.
matter. You don't have to score game points to get league points,
No.
and they can be very useful league points. Can sometimes come down to just 1 or 2 points between teams, so that movement point is key there.
No, absolutely, and I think that's actually the first time that we've seen a lot more of the strategy from Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf. Pretty interesting to see the washing up sponges. Maybe they want to give our lovely pallets a bit of a clean before they deposit it in game points. You know, we're going to build these really nice, clean skyscrapers for our districts, and what's actually pretty interesting to see is that I believe that the robot chassis that they're using, the red coloured tinted plastic, is actually the same as what they had last year, because last year they all dressed up as ladybirds, and then the year before that I believe they dressed up as Raspberry Pis, which was really nice.
Yeah.
If you went down to their team pits, they actually had a box of a bowl of sweets that you and they were giving out these little sugary Raspberry Pi sweets, which is, it's just always fantastic to see the amount of effort that the teams put in.
Yeah, the costumes and theming are really interesting to see what teams choose to do.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're about a minute to go to the next match. Things have been mostly quiet so far this morning, though we have had a few moments of excitement.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but these robots will only get better as they compete through more matches, so can't wait to see what's going to happen next.
I see a familiar name on next match's roster that I have on my screen right now. We have Queen Mary's College, which I believe is a school that you're very familiar with, Oscar.
Is that the next match?
I think so. Next match, 41. Between.
No, 40.
Oh, I've been reading the wrong list. I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
I've given you all false information.
So, the next match is actually between Harris Westminster Sixth Form, Wisbech Grammar School, Rithington School, and the College of Rickland Collyer. So let's head over to the arena team now.
Collier's cheering very loudly for their team there, and we will be starting this match in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Wisbech Grammar School is off and out of their zone, as is Richard Collyer. Ruthin School is also leaving a little bit more slowly than the other robots, but nonetheless heading in a direction. Wisbech Grammar School is collecting 1 orange token and 1 pink token, and is just stopped short of a zone. We've got a robot collision over there, I think. Ruthin School has picked up one of the pink tokens. Richard Collyer has not quite managed to pick up a yellow one, unfortunately. But Ruth and Score is very nicely suckered onto one that's hanging inside of its robot. Looks like it might be aiming for its second token.
That's second.
Yep, it's put its gate down inside the robot to hold that cube inside. Richard Collyer is reversing into some of its yellow tokens, I think, but it's not managing to grab them.
Yeah, it's the Hazelwick robot that we would expect to be driving backwards, given the truck is then driving forwards. Collier's, they're geographically similar. Clearly they have some strategies
okay,
as well.
so Ruth and School has a stack of 2 inside its middle zone. That's very nicely done by them. They've mostly not put it on the plinth, but, I mean, you don't need to.
No, you don't. It is still the highest, so that still means their points are going to be doubled for that scoring zone.
Unfortunately, we've not really seen any movement from Harris Westminster.
No, their code appears to have crashed, unfortunately.
Okay, Ruth and School is now turning and crashing into Richard Collyer. So neither of them seem to be going anywhere. I'm not sure if Richard Collyer has just kind of given up, or if they've done what they think they were going to do and just sitting there now.
Yeah, we can see the wheels moving from the Ruth and School, but I think they must be wedged against Collier's, which is preventing them from doing, well, much of anything.
Yes, so one of the wheels on the Ruth and School robot is spinning. The other one is not moving at all, and they're not really going in any direction.
It's a feature, not a bug.
Mm-hmm. We have 10 seconds left in this round, and it doesn't look like any of our robots are going to be doing any more moving, unfortunately.
No, but Ruth and School still have a lot of points.
Indeed, and that was very well done by our teams there.
So unfortunately, towards the end of that match, it did what's the word? It did
Quieten down?
Quieten down a bit. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
But Riffin did manage to get a few points and the highest token pallet in their district, so they've doubled
indeed.
their
Well,
points.
now, speaking of points, let's have a look where things are so far.
Obviously, we had quite a few matches so far. Let's see how it stands.
So, if we have a look at our
excitement
league
is
now.
building. We can see it on our laptop. Here we go.
Here we go, there we go. So, we have the Highfield School leading. Now, they are a rookie team. It's
That's
amazing
amazing.
to see rookies doing so well.
Yep.
In fact, third place, we have MDN, another rookie team. It's amazing to see the rookies
And
doing
fourth place, we have a rookie team. We have
yeah.
I think we have 5 rookie teams this year, so that's 4 out of 5, I think.
Three out of.
I believe.
Yes, we have.
Dr. Chandler's Grammar School. I don't believe
No,
they are here. They're not here.
So
today,
yeah,
so
of the top 5, 3 of them are rookies, which is really amazing to
that is
see.
amazing. Wow. So
So-
yeah, that means they haven't competed before. They've managed to come in, implement the strategy, and it's clearly working, and it's paying dividends.
Yeah. Now remember, it's amazing to see what they can do.
Mhm.
So.
Right, so last time I gave you false information by not reading up the correct teams. This time I will read off the correct names. We have Queen Mary's College, which, Oscar, I believe is a school that you're familiar with.
Yes, that was the team I competed with a few years ago now. We also have in this match Headington Rise School, Oxford, Brockenhurst College, and Peter Simmons College. Several long-standing competitors here, so I think we could be in for an interesting match.
Yep, 26 seconds. We will hand over. Again, this is between Queen Mary's, Headington Rye, Brockenhurst, and Peter Simmons. Let's hand over to the arena.
We have Queen Mary's College in the green. We have Headington Rye School in the orange. In the pink, we have Brockenhurst College. And in the yellow, we have Peter Simmons School. We'll get ready in 3, 2, 1, begin.
Okay, speedy start from Headington Rye, who are zooming into the middle, and they've just shunted their 3 cubes there. I think 2 of them are actually in the zone, and one's just outside. But that was very, very quick.
That was all in 6 seconds.
Very, very quick. Queen Mary's College, they raised up their arm, but they've not actually gone anywhere. Peter Simmons College is pushing one token around. They've got one of their yellow tokens, and they've swept it into the middle zone in pink. If they reverse now, they can leave it there, but it looks like they might still be trying to go forwards. Headington Rye is going for a fourth cube, which they are currently banging into the wall.
Yeah, Queen Mary's College, unfortunately, their code has crashed. We can see a nice little red LED on there. Hopefully the logs will be able to tell them exactly what's gone wrong.
Brockenhurst has moved out of their starting zone. I'm not sure if they're going for a cube. They seem to be sort of making a beeline for the same cube that that one Peter Simmons has.
Peter Simmons and Brockenhurst, yeah, there's a bit of contention going on there.
So if those robots stay stuck like that, Peter Simmons can't push their cube outside of that zone and will score points for it. But neither of those robots seem to be going much of anywhere at the moment.
They're not going to do much. There's still just over a minute left. There's plenty of time for one of them to get dislodged. My suspicion is with a little bit more pushing, Brockenhurst can get itself uncaught from the corner of the pallet.
Brockenhurst did a little bit of a turn to the right. Oh, and they're free
Bit like
now.
that. And it's free.
Yes. Peter Simmons, I think, is stuck on that plinth, which I don't think is a bad thing for them because it means that they will leave that cube where it is and score points for it. Brockenhurst is, I think, stuck on this plinth. And it's no longer moving.
Still some signs of life from the Brockenhurst robot.
I like the Brockenhurst robot because I think it can figure out when it's stuck and it turns ever so slightly and it manages to get itself free a lot of the time.
Error handling and sort of reacting to the unhappy path, as they call it, is a really good strategy and something a lot of teams should try and incorporate if they can.
Yes. However, it does look like they are aiming for a green cube, which is not useful.
It's shaking its head no.
And that is the end of the round. Very well done, teams.
So it's probably worth mentioning, I think Headington Rye, as Jake said, executed probably the fastest point scoring strategy. I literally looked down to write something and I looked up and they had three pallets around the centre district. But even Oscar and I are having a bit of difficulty trying to determine how many of them. We are definitely sure one of them is in the centre district, but we're not too sure about the other two over on the right-hand side.
Yeah, there's such fine margins between in and out, and it's really hard for us to tell. That's why we have the excellent team of scorers down arena side that are dealing with all of this. I'm glad I don't have to worry about it. So, some interesting spurts of movement from several of the robots there. Certainly interesting about the error handling that was going on with that. I forget which team's robot it was moving around with the error handling, but it was interesting to see it sort of stop and turn slightly before unsticking itself.
Yes, that is definitely a very key point that Jake mentioned, that a lot of the key strategy is figuring out what to do when you encounter an unknown scenario. Being able to recover and put yourself back on track is definitely something that is very good because it will allow you to continue to score points. As I said before, it is unfortunate sometimes we see robots get themselves in a rut and then they kind of get stuck and they aren't able to recover, so they have to sit out for the rest of the match idle, which is obviously not ideal because you can't score a lot of points. So obviously the teams who have built their robustness into their code will be able to avoid that.
Yes, there's always unexpected things that can happen in the arena, and dynamic response to all of these is key. You know, a robot could get stuck, or they could accidentally catch themselves on a plinth on a high rise. It's always interesting. We are now approaching the next match. So, the School of St Helen and St Catherine, King Edward VI School, the Ladies' College, and Haberdashers Boys' School. Let's see how they go.
St Catherine's, King Edward VI School, Ladies' College, and the Haberdashers Boys' School. And we will be starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, we've got movement from the Ladies' College. We've got movement from St Catherine's. And King Edward's is set off as well. They've sort of reversed back into their starting zone a little. Haberdashers is going slowly but steadily, lining up with a cube, I think. Ladies' College has picked up one of its cubes. Looks like it might be heading for a plinth now. King Edward has swept over towards one of their orange tokens. Very nicely done by Ladies College. Lovely placement of that cube on its middle zone plinth there.
Dropping it down very precisely, just what we like to see.
And looks like it's going for a second one. Oh, and we have St. Helens and St. Catharines have very nicely placed one of their cubes on their middle zone plinth as well. Lovely to see there. Haberdasher's robot looks a bit confused, sort of turning around in circles. And King Edward's just sort of seems to be not moving.
Yeah, SHK now lining up. They've collected another green set of pallets.
And we have a lovely stack of 2 cubes on a plinth from the Ladies College there. And looks like we might be getting the same. Oh, okay. So St. Helens and St. Catharines have put their second cube down next to the stacked on the plinth. That still will score them, I think, the same number of points because they are.
Yes, but it is still inside the scoring zone. So yes, that is 2 points for that set of pallets.
And the Haberdasher's robot has fallen over again, I think. Oh, and the Ladies College have run into their plinth and they've knocked off their top cube, unfortunately.
Yeah, Haberdashers, that's the second time in 2 matches that their robot has sort of back planted.
I think they're a bit back heavy, that robot, perhaps.
I think you might be right, yes. It's a very short wheelbase.
Okay, St. Helens and St. Catharines is going for the same plinth at the same time as the Ladies College. I think the Ladies College has just beaten them to the punch. Except it's fallen off, and St. Helens and St. Catharines just sneaks in there, and the Ladies College reverses and knocks off their other cube from their middle plinth, but they have managed to keep it in the scoring zone at least.
Yeah, and the Ladies College have almost self-righted themselves there. They nearly fell onto their front, but because of their arms, they were able to get themselves back.
And one of the arms of the Ladies College robot is caught on the plinth, and that is now the end of the match. That was very interesting to watch, I have to say. A very well done teams.
Very well done.
I think that's the second time we've seen haberdashers fall over.
Yes, I think potentially some weight issues there.
Yep.
With it's the difficulty trying to balance on just 2 wheels.
But it is entertaining for us.
Yeah. Yes, it certainly is. Yeah. Now, so we saw some. At one point, TLC were doing so well, but that is the danger of trying to line up by running into the high rise that you knock your pallets off.
Mm-hmm.
And then just that slightly uncoordinated spin knocked that second one flying out of the zone. Such a shame for them because they were doing so well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they did, obviously they are doing very well to get points into the district and on top of the high rises as well. I think it's all very impressive to see. The let me get the name up here. The School of St. Helen and St. Catherine, again, demonstrating their quite methodical way of picking up pallets and putting them onto the district very precisely. That is paying off dividends to them. And again, it is worth mentioning, I absolutely adore their robot theme, and I love the mirror that they have on the back.
Yeah, I mean, the Ladies College's robot has a name. I've spotted it, just written on the back. It's called Travis.
I think that's a name that they have used quite often, actually. I think last year it was also called Travis as well, from memory.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how what sort of theming is done, both with the robot and the team and the names.
And from memory, last year they've changed their robot style. Last year they had a number plate on the back with their name rather than just text written with Travis. So it's pretty nice to see how they have changed their style as the years have gone by.
Yes. Now we're getting ready to run into our next match of the day. So we have Nower Hill School, Barton Peveril College, Hampton and Lady Eleanor Hoyle's School, and Midsummer Norton Friends. So let's head over to our arena side team.
In the pink, we have Hampton and Lady Eleanor Hoyle School, and in the yellow, we have MDN Jankler's Stacking Solutions. And this match will start in 3, 2, 1, begin.
Okay, so we had Nower Hill slowly but steadily off the mark. I feel like it's making a sort of faint beeping noise. I feel like, I don't know why that is, but doesn't seem to be affecting the performance. I guess it's just a feature.
Probably fine.
Yeah. Jankler's stacking solutions, they've left their starting zone, sort of, and now they're spinning around in a circle.
Jankler's rotating solutions. Lots and lots of rotating.
Now a hill. I think they were trying to turn towards their outside cube here, but they were running up against the edge of the arena, so I don't think they turned quite as much as they wanted. And so now the cube is sort of slightly in front of them and not inside their little cutout.
In the meantime, Barton Pebbles robot, again, unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be doing much of, well, any kind of movement, unfortunately. Stationary in their starting zone.
And the same from Team Ham, it would seem.
Yeah, their code, unfortunately, has crashed. Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yes. It looks to me like the Now Hill School robot is still trying to turn a little bit, but again, it's got one of its corners is caught on the outer arena wall, and so it's not really doing a huge amount of turning.
Yeah, those very small wheels and small motors, they have a little bit of torque to try and move it very slowly, but not quite enough to get full movement around.
Yes. Jankler's stacking solutions, on the other hand, is doing all of the turning, all of the time.
I've just been informed the reason, and in fact we can see it, the reason that their robot is spinning is because the webcam is actually facing the floor.
That would not help you.
No, there are no markers on the floor to orient yourself. It's very difficult. There are plenty of markers around our arena, though.
Yep, they're on the wall, they're on the cubes, they're on the plinths, they're all over the place, just not on the floor. Okay, Now Hill School are very, very slowly turning inwards. But we only have 17 seconds left of the round, so I'm not sure they're going to be able to do anything. Except push things places.
10 seconds remaining now.
If they just went a little bit faster, they might be able to get it into one of the zones, but I think they're too slow. And that is now the end of the round. Very well done, teams.
Jake, they're joking. Jankler's stacking solutions from Midsummer Northern Friends has turned into Jankler's rotating solutions.
Yes, yeah. It's always interesting to see the teams coming up with their own names, not just the name of their school.
Absolutely. But as Jake mentioned during the match, it appears as though that the reason why they were rotating is because their webcam was pointing directly at the floor. So I don't know whether or not that is something that inadvertently happened when they were putting the robot into the arena, but that seems to be like it will be quite an easy problem to fix. So hopefully we can see that strategy come out in later matches.
Yeah, a little bit of more attachment is there. So we are it's looking good. Now, we have been informed that Ham had to replace their brain board over lunch. That's the board that is controlling all of their robots, so that may have contributed to some of the issues they're having in that round. We'll have to see if they can manage to overcome this next thing. Now, we've been informed that there is a slight delay for the next match. They have to do some repairs to the arena, so we'll have to keep talking. So now seems like a good opportunity to take a look at the state of the league and see what the current matches have done to everyone's points so far.
Let's go have a look. If we can, let me just get up the league on my screen so we can see. So looking at our lovely website and our lovely league that has just popped up. Let's go through it. The Highfield School still leading. Rookie team still leading. Amazing.
Yeah, we still have 3 rookie teams in the top 5. That last match seems to have just TLC that little bit higher. Although some long-standing good teams are missing from the top, but it's still all to play for.
Long-standing teams are missing, but it is quite nice to see rookie teams at the top of the league this year. That is
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. So as we wait for this next match, I'd like to take out this opportunity to say that we are always looking for more volunteers.
Absolutely.
So if you would like to get involved, helping us either at the competition next year or in between, we have events. We have all sorts of roles, virtual and physical. Head over to the website you can see on your screen now and sign up and find out more.
You could be you could be in that photo. Look
Yeah.
at that. Again, as I said at the beginning, look how much fun we're all having. Everyone's like, yes, everyone here is really enthusiastic about helping teams succeed, and not only that, seeing teams succeed. I think there's something really special and quite magical when you get a whole group of people together in one room who sole purpose is to, give these young budding engineers a taste of their future.
Indeed. Now, it wouldn't be possible for us to do things like that without the kind support of both our sponsors and you, the general public. So, if you are able to donate, we would be really glad of anything you can give. Just scan that QR code to give anything you can. That will enable us to keep running these amazing events and giving so much to all the competitors we have here today. I know that I really enjoyed my time competing, and I learned so much.
So how did you get involved with computing? How did you decide? Your school's quite a long-standing. It's not a rookie team. It's quite a long-standing.
Yeah. So I was the supervisor for it is the same supervisor when I did, and he was actually he was my tutor specifically. So I heard about it from him, and sort of decided to come along and get involved. I really enjoyed it.
And then you liked it so much you decided to come back as a blue shirt, which it's quite amazing to see. Quite a few of our blue shirts who are here today are former Student Robotics competitors, which just goes to show how much we all love, doing what we all do. I took a bit of an interest in routing. I wasn't a competitor per se, so. I don't know if I've mentioned this already, but back in 2014, there was a summer school run by the Small Peace Trust, which is a charity that focuses on STEM outreach. And one of the summer schools that they ran was basically this competition, but compressed into a week. So these guys have 6 months to do everything. We had to do it all in 1 week. So we had to build, design, chassis, programming all in 1 week. And that was actually at the University of Southampton, which kind of influenced my decision for coming here. So that's how I got involved, and when I came to the University of Southampton in the next year, I made sure to join the society, and the rest, as they say, is history. I've been volunteering since 2016, and I don't intend to stop.
Indeed. Now, we're approaching the next match now. So, but before we do so, we've mentioned the University of Southampton. We'd really like to thank them for sort of hosting this and making it possible. In particular, we'd like to thank them for sponsoring it this year. You can see our sponsors currently on the screen. In particular, the University of Southampton Electronics and Computer Science Department, the UK Electronic Skills Foundation, Adventurous Machines and IT Dev. We would like to thank them for their wonderful support that they give to us in making these events possible. Because it's not just this event, it's all the work that goes on behind the scenes and our other events like the virtual competition and the Kickstart.
And all the teams that help support us in the background. We have marketing, we have kit team, we have the competition team who designs and plans the games. All of us volunteers give up our spare time to put on this because we love doing it. We love seeing everyone succeed. We love showing our passion for robotics with everyone else.
Indeed.
So we seem to be just over 60 seconds from the start of the next match. Hopefully they've recovered. Hopefully they've fixed our lovely arena. So who's in that next match, Oscar?
So we have ABS, Abingdon School. They appear to have made some changes to their wheel design over the course of the competition. So we'll see how that does. Then we have RTS, Rithin School. We have the well-known Hills Road Sixth Form College competing. They've not had the best of starts so far, but they seem to be improving, so I can't wait for them to...
We can't wait to see what's going to happen. And then finally we have the Royal Grammar School in Guildford. So yeah, we'll see match 44. We'll hand over to our arena side commentators for this next match. Let's go.
And we will be starting this match in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Hills Road slowly raising their arm off the top of their robot. Abingdon School zooming off into the arena. Royal Grammar School Guildford turning in a circle. Ruthin School slowly heading out of their zone. Hills Road looks like they are going for 1 cube. And they've managed to get their suction cup normally just on the edge. And it's good enough to lift it. But perhaps not the most stable. Royal Grammar School Guildford has picked up a cube. They've raised it very, very high in the air. And it looks like they're turning around, probably going to take it back somewhere. Okay, so we have the Abingdon School Robot has run into the corner of the orange zone. And just, running up against the wall. Meanwhile, Ruthyn School has 2 cubes inside their robot, 1 on the front of it, and is heading somewhere, presumably. Royal Grammar School Guildford, very nicely done. They have stacked a cube on their middle plinth there. I think Hills Road have just dropped their cube nowhere in particular.
Ruthyn School, that's 3 pallets inside their robot. They're slowly turning around. Presumably their step, now that they've collected those, is to now deposit them by their high-rises.
Royal Grammar School Guildford going for a 2nd cube there. I really like how they lift those. They lift them very, very high in the air. So presumably at some point they could make a really, really tall stack.
I'm hoping during setup we had stacks of cubes as high as volunteers. I don't think a robot's going to be able to do that, but we'll see.
So hopefully at some point Ruthyn is going to find a zone to take those cubes into, because currently they're just in the robot and they're not going to score any points. I think Royal Grammar School Guildford is going for a lovely stack there. Very nicely done. They have 2 cubes on top of their plinth.
Yeah, great performances there.
Is Ruthyn School going to get in a zone before the end of the match? Is the question.
It's 20 seconds. It could be done.
They don't seem to be able to find anywhere to go. They just
They
keep
are
turning.
facing the wrong way at the moment. That's not a very good
they've done
idea.
at least 1 full circle by now.
Yeah.
Okay, Royal Grammar School Guildford is going for a 3rd cube, but they do only have 5 seconds, so I'm not sure they're going to get it anywhere useful. And they've dropped it, and that is the end of the match. Very well done, teams.
Pretty interesting pilgrimage from Abingdon there. Unfortunately not managing to get any pallets, but they did manage to get a lovely tour of our arena going across into the orange zone, which I believe was, I don't know who was in there, but they did manage to see the lovely sights of our arena that our lovely volunteers had constructed.
Yes, indeed. Now, we must mention RGS. That stack of pallets there looking really good. It was nice, as our commentators said, that they managed to get it really high in the air. So, hopefully, they should be able to see later on, perhaps when one team gets a pallet on, they potentially go on top, making theirs the highest. I'm hoping that they manage to pull that off.
I'm wondering how high can the stack go, as Jake said there. Maybe they could stack it as high as one of our volunteers, but
yeah, I'm not quite sure.
No, I'm not quite sure. I think the stability might prove to be an issue there.
I also think that we might be approaching the end of our maximum height. Have we got a maximum height limit this year?
I think so. The robots have to start within a 50 by 50 by 50 centimeter cube, and we do have a patented cube of judgment that we place on top of the robots to check that they are in the size requirements. And I believe that there is a maximum size that they can expand to during the match.
While that is true, they do not have a maximum height, so anything is to play for.
They don't have a maximum height. Interesting.
Not during the match.
I think I actually, we don't have enough time to talk about it now. I'll talk about it in the next slot, but there is a reason why there was a maximum size, width and height rule that was introduced, but I'll talk about that in the next round because it is pretty funny. We have just over 30 seconds until the next match between King Edward VI Grammar School. We have Hayden, we have the Highfield School, current leaders in the league, and a rookie team, and we have Oscar's team, Queen Mary's College.
Indeed.
So no bias.
Let's see how they do. Over to the arena.
Absolutely.
10 seconds away from the start of match 45, we have King Edward's Grammar School, Queen Mary's College, Highfield School, and Hayden School. And we'll be starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Hayden School is on the move, as is Queen Mary's College. King Edward's Grammar School is just heading out of their zone, and Highfield Looks like they are lining up for their first cube. Queen Mary's College has picked up a cube and nicely deposited it inside the chute in their robots. Looks like Kegs is lining up for a cube here. And it's inside. Are they going to be able to grab it? They've got these sides that they've closed in. I'm not sure they've closed in quite enough. Okay, Highfield School is very lovely stacking things nowhere near a zone.
Yeah, that's not great. They've usually done so well getting them reliably into their first district. Unfortunately, this time they just missed it.
I believe Queen Mary's College now has 2 cubes inside their robot there.
Yes, they do.
Stacked. And they also have one already in their middle zone. The Hayden School do a cube and are heading towards it, but unfortunately Kegs is going in the same direction, so we've had a little bit of a collision here.
Do love a little robot tussle.
Okay, Queen Mary's College is on the move. It's running into its plinth and it's backed out. The cube it already had in the zone is now no longer.
Yeah, the ones inside the robot were
If it can just stay where it is, it'll get the points for those. If it keeps moving, it might take them out of the zone again.
I really can't tell from here. I think they might be out. Well, now they are.
Yeah, I think their wheels keep getting caught on the plinth, and so they're not turning the way they think they are.
No, it's sort of doing a backwards spin very slowly.
Yeah, Kegs keeps trying to close on cubes that are not anywhere near itself. But I do have to say, I am a big fan of their flag. It looks like they've gone for a kind of pirate theme. So they've got a skull and crossbones, but instead of the bones, it's got a screwdriver and a spanner, which I think is a good look for a flag.
That's quite the flag.
What they've not done, however, is take any cubes into any zones. Queen Mary's College is zooming off nowhere near a zone and taking all of its cubes out of anywhere useful. Is it going to be able to recover with 4 seconds left? Ooh, maybe. Okay, and that is the end of the round. Looks like they just got out of that zone, unfortunately.
Oh dear, poor Queen Mary's College not quite managing to finish with pallets in any of the districts.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them yet, but
No.
still plenty of time for improvement.
Saying that, the mechanism that they are employing with storing the pallets within their robot does seem to be working, so at least we have that going on. And we were just briefly talking over the match, that's not an entirely new strategy that they've employed?
No, a few years ago, when I believe the game was called This Way Up and we had cans for tokens, they actually picked 3 up and stored them inside of the robot before driving and depositing them in a scoring zone. So that's a new concept for them. Hopefully they manage to pull it off this year. I'd really like to see it work, because it seems like there's so much potential there.
And because it's your former team, so
Well,
there's still a bit of love there.
Yeah, indeed.
I don't think they'll never quite go away. The Ladies' College Guernsey managing to do their initial phase of their strategy, which is to collect the tokens into a whole bunch, but not quite managing to push it into their zone that we've seen previously. But again, the strategy is there. They just need to spend a bit more time dealing with the unknowns that do come up when you are dealing in a live arena with other robots.
Yeah. Now, let's look at who's in the next game. So we have St. Olave's Grammar School, Hazelwick School, who appear to be employing some LiDAR sensors apparently this year. Not quite sure how that's working. We'll have to maybe see if we can find that out. We have Headington Rye School, Oxford, and then Wisbech Grammar School, who apparently had a few issues over lunch with some of their motor boards for controlling their sucker.
Oh no.
But it appears to have been resolved with blue shirt help. So, as we count down the last few seconds to the match, we will get ready to hand over to our arena team.
We have St. Olave's, we have Hazelwick, we have Haddington Rye, and then we have... I'm literally just repeating what you just said.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
No worries. Let's head over to the arena.
Hazelwick School, Haddington Rye, Wisbech Grammar School. Why is our
Stand
time
by,
changed?
don't press start yet.
Why is our time changed?
It's meant to have changed. Lighting's a little out of sync. We will catch up. We're starting just under 2 minutes.
Oh. You just happen to be
Unfortunately, we have had our first false start of the day.
Yes, unfortunately, we had a slight delay there to start that match, but it will resume.
I think just over 2 minutes, he said.
In a minute and a half.
Minute and a half, fantastic.
Yes.
Right, I think the issue was with the lighting. Obviously, quite a key component of our whole competition are the QR code-esque looking markers that are dotted around the arena that the robots could use. They can take photos of it using their webcams, and they can use that photo to determine information such as how far am I away from this marker, at what angle am I to this marker, and obviously lighting plays a massive part on that. So as you saw, the lights didn't come up quite right, so in the interest of fairness, we delayed the match for 2 minutes just to make sure that everything is as it should be.
Indeed. So now, just under a minute to the next match, we will be going back now. Okay. So as a reminder, this is between St Olave's Grammar School, Hazelwick School, Headington Rye School, Oxford, and Wisbech Grammar School.
Let's go. I'm just really excited. I'm looking forward to all these robots.
Yeah, it's really impressive to see their hard work.
Absolutely. 30 seconds. Let's go back to the arena.
Okay, we are back again after our 2-minute delay. In case you missed it the first time, in the arena is St Olave's, Hazelwick School, Headington Rye, and Wisbech Grammar School. Hopefully we will actually be starting this time.
We will.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Speedy start from Headington Rye there, charging into the middle, but they've not quite managed to get those cubes into the middle zone.
But a lot of movement nonetheless.
Yes, Hazelwick School is off. They're moving. They're out of their starting zone.
Fantastic.
Wisbech Grammar School just seems to be driving in a straight line across the arena, not collecting any cubes as they go. Hazelwick School is pushing a cube into the pink zone. We're not seeing any movement from St Olave's, unfortunately.
No, that's unfortunate. We haven't seen huge amounts of movement from them so far this competition.
They do have a very nice robot, though. It's painted like a giraffe. It's got the spotting on the sides. It's got a face on the front, and it's very yellow.
I think very yellow is a very apt description.
Yes, I have to say, I'm quite curious. The member of Headington Rye who just put their robot in the arena is wearing a very interesting hat. Is there a theme to your hat? Team Rocket, lovely. Unfortunately, in the arena, not much is going on. We've had the zooming Headington Rye robot, which is charging around the arena, but not actually moving anything anywhere it wants to be. I think Hazelwick School has run into the wall. They have a cube inside, but not in a zone.
Yeah, there's 50 seconds left. Headington Rye School lining up towards those pallets. If they can push them further forwards, they might be able to get them into that second level district and score them at least 2 points per pallet.
Okay, Hazelwick School is turning. They're turning. Are they going to get into a zone?
Just over 30
They
seconds.
are still turning. Oh, they're getting very close to that zone, and they've just gone straight past it and banged into the Wisbech robots. Okay, if the Headington Rye robot can get free of the main plinth, they might be able to drive forwards and get those cubes in, but it's not managing so far. Okay, Hazelwick, I think, has an orange cube in it and a pink cube, and that is now the end of the round.
Again, it seems to be quite a quick start from Headington Rye, so but unfortunately they didn't quite manage to push all of the pallets that they wanted to into the scoring districts. And also quite another interesting point to notice that I noticed is that Headington Rye don't appear to be using a sucker, which is quite interesting because a lot of the robots that we have seen so far during this competition have employed the sucker mechanism, but it does go back to the whole thing that Oscar and I and both Oana and I were talking about earlier, just the variety of the various mechanisms that we've seen over this competition has just been quite remarkable.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, because there's two separate issues here. How do you pick up a cube and move it, and then how do you actually get it up high to get these doubling effects? So, can you do that with one mechanism? Do you need two? Certainly some interesting strategies and different approaches there we can see.
No, definitely. I mean, we've seen robots with, again, they have put the sucker onto the pallet and using that to lift up the whole pallet, or we've seen clamps as well going onto the pallets and lifting up the whole mechanism. So it's just been a range, really. It's been, again, as I say, quite remarkable.
Yeah. It's amazing to see the different approaches, but also how similar some of the approaches are. Where teams have a similar idea, but there never seems to be one idea that is the best. There's there always seems to be different ideas that have the same sort of outcome and same effect. It's really good to see that there's no one best way. Now, moving into the next match, we have, I believe it
Richard
is...
Collier's, I think.
The College of Richard Collier.
Yep.
The School of St Helen and St Catherine's, Gymnasium, Markt at Indersdorf, and Brockenhurst College.
I'm interested to see the sponge strategy come out of Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf. Let's hand over to our arena side commentators for this next match. Let's go.
Yellow, we have Brockenhurst College. All teams in a position, ready to go to start in 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Okay, Collier's is moving, but only inside its starting zone.
Yeah, now facing backwards.
Yeah, that's not ideal. St Helens and St Catherine's has headed out of their starting zone. Looks like they're trying to line up for their first cube there. Brockenhurst has left. MAI is just sitting there. Okay, St Helens and St Catherine's have grabbed their first cube. They have lifted it up nice and high. I assume they're going to go for the middle plinth. That's what they tend to do so far, if they can find it. Okay, Brockenhurst is on the move. Looks like they're trying to suction a yellow cube there, but they've not quite managed it. Richard Collier's is pushing a green cube into the yellow middle scoring zone. And we have St Helens and St Catherine's not quite managing to put their cube on the plinth there. It is still in the scoring zone, so they will get points for that, but not quite as many as they probably could have. Okay, St Helens and St Catherine's going for their second cube there. They've kind of got a joint mechanism if they grab it and also they suction it, just to make sure it's extra secure, presumably.
It's definitely not going to go anywhere with both of those happening. Let's see, it's lining up towards that district. Will it be able to place it in? No, it's picking it can't decide which one it wants to go to. There's too many.
I have a feeling that the cube it already has placed is blocking one of the markers and it can't tell where the plinth is.
Oh, let's see, it's lining up. It's slightly too low, unfortunately. It's nicely placed it on the ground.
Very nicely put down, but nowhere useful, unfortunately.
No, that's unfortunate. Brockenhurst, in the meantime, they're slowly pushing one set of pallets towards a district.
Okay, St Helens and St Catherine's, I think, is going again for one of the cubes that they put down outside of their zone. See if they can get it in this time. They may just be able to, if they're nicely aligned.
So 25 seconds, they could definitely do it, although they may be going for the middle one.
Ooh, looks like they may be.
See, is the pallet high enough to clear it? Yes, it is. Can they drop it? Yes, they can!
Very
Fantastic
nicely done
performances there. Now, 10 seconds. Will they be able to get another one?
Brockenhurst has one yellow cube inside its middle zone there. If they just don't touch it, it'll stay there. And that is now the end of the round. Very well done, teams.
I guess to just quite labour on this point quite heavily, it's very interesting to see that the School of St Helen, I need to get this name right.
School of St Helens and St Catherine's.
School of St Helens and St Catherine, thank you. They've initially, when they managed to put a pallet into one of their scoring districts, they went for a second one, didn't quite manage to put it in, but they managed to recover and also and then finally take a pallets and successfully place it in the centre district to get a whopping 6 points, because that's 3 for the centre district, I believe, and it's the highest in the scoring districts, so it doubles to 6.
Indeed. It's important to note that a pallet that is on the arena floor itself cannot be in contention for the highest pallet. So just putting it in that centre zone would only have been 3 points. By going for that centre high rise, they managed to get 6 points. So getting that highest pallet can really have a great effect.
It was also nice to see Colliers managing to push a pallet in. I don't think they quite employed the mechanism that they designed, but they did manage to get a pallet into a district by pushing it, which is quite still nice to see. Nice to get points. Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf. Unfortunately, didn't see much movement from them, but again, still a lot to play for, still a lot of time to go on. We have Tinker time this afternoon, we have more league matches today, we have even more league matches tomorrow, and as Oana and I mentioned when we were speaking, they'll probably inevitably spend a bit of time this evening going over the code, figuring out where they went wrong.
Yes, indeed. Now, as I say, it's all about, there's plenty of time to do it. So, now, as we get ready for our next match, that is between Barton Peveril College, Peter Symonds College, King Edward VI School and Abingdon School. So, let's head over to the arena and see how things go.
10 seconds away from the start of match 48. We have Barton Peveril, Abingdon, King Edward School and Peter Symonds, and we will be starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, quick off the mark from Barton Peveril. Nice to see them moving. King Edward is also out of their zone. Abingdon is doing a nice straight diagonal out of their starting zone, but hasn't quite got anywhere else. Peter Symonds is going for their first cube there. They've got it in front of their robot. Are they going to be able to grab it? They seem to be sort of mostly pushing the pink cubes out of alignment at the moment. Okay, King Edward is going for a cube, and they have very nicely lifted it there. Can they hold on to it? It's sort of
slipping a little bit.
Slipping very slightly. Looks like they've put rubber bands on their arms to hopefully give it a bit more grip, but I'm not sure it's enough.
No, it is slipping. They're holding onto it for now, and if their aim is just to drop it like that, that will be fine.
Yes, they have very nicely deposited it there. Peter Symonds also has one of their tokens in their middle zone. It looks like Abingdon and Barton Peveril they've left their starting zone, but they've not done anything else. I don't know if that's just their strategy for the moment. You just score a point for leaving, and that's it.
Their code does seem to have crashed, unfortunately, but they have left their starting zone. That gives them 1 point. Hopefully, they'll be able to use the logs, work out why that's happening, spend either some more time in the pits debugging it, or use Tinker time to properly understand what on earth is going on.
Yes, so the Barton Peveril robot, in addition to the punching arm or whatever, they have 2 eyes above it, so it looks like a long nose rather than an arm. Possibly
it's sort of almost
anatomy.
like it's almost looking like Nunu.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, that makes me feel old.
Sorry.
Just over 30 seconds remaining now. We have the Peter Symonds robot here trying to line up potentially to grab some more pallets.
Looks like they might be going for the orange cube that's over in the pink zone. But they don't have very much time left to do anything with it.
20 seconds. They can push some things.
They've lined up. They're keeping moving forward.
10 seconds.
And they've just reversed again. They've left it where it is, except slightly more forwards. And that is now the end of the round. Very well done, teams.
I still can't get over the design on the top of King Edward VI School. The eyes are just a bit funky.
Yeah,
I feel like they're looking at
they're
you.
disconcerting.
Yeah, a little bit.
Lovely to see all the support for our teams in the live stream chat.
Absolutely. We have someone, what's that? Emilis Ozan. I'm sorry if I've completely butchered that name. Supporting team, the Ladies College Guernsey, Team TLC. Woohoo. They are doing very well.
Yeah,
Lovely to see so much support for them.
lots of support going on. It's always good to see. We will try and shout out as much of it as we can.
Absolutely. So yeah, do carry on talking to us in chat. We will interact with you. We haven't quite managed to see what that punching arm or that blue, the blue thing on the side of Bath and Peveril robot. I really want to see what is that going to be used for.
I believe they said it was a punching arm, so maybe it'll be interfering with other teams' pallets.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe when they discover highest pallets that's not theirs, they'll drive up to it and just go.
Yes. Well, we will have to see. We will have to see.
Cause chaos and shenanigans inside of our arena by messing up everyone else's pallets.
Yes.
6 million IQ players right here.
Indeed.
Peter Simmons very valiantly managed to get one pallet into their district, which was really nice to see. So just scoring points all round. It's all very good. It's all very, very good.
Yeah, it's really good to see all the points being scored. Now, we're approaching the next match. So that is between Harris Westminster Sixth Form. Looks like they had some issues over lunch with some dodgy USB cables, but all resolved now, they think. Ham, the Hampton and Lady Eleanor School, Hills Road, and the Ladies College. So they should be getting into place in the arena now. So let's head over.
Hampton and Lady Eleanor Hollis School in the orange. Yes, round of applause for them. We have Hills Road Sixth Form College in the pink, and in the yellow, we have the Ladies College from Guernsey. Let's get this match started in 1. Begin. Very quick move off the line there from Harris Westminster. Oh my goodness, that was within about 3 seconds and a point scored. That's definitely a record for this competition so far. Let's see, the Ladies College Guernsey, they're lining up towards a yellow token. Will they be able to grab it? Potentially. Now, Hills Road, they're lining their very slow suction up to the corner of that pallet. Will they be able to pick it up? It's lined up. The suction pump is on. Yes, it is lifting off the ground. Fantastic. Team HEM, their robot has driven again full force into that high rise. That would probably have fallen over if it was a real one, but fortunately, it is not. Now, Hills Road, they're going straight potentially for that middle high-rise. No, they're not. They're going for that one. Let's see. Will they be able to drop the pallet correctly onto the top? No, they're going for next to it instead. That's fine. That still gets them 2 game points. In the meantime, the Ladies College, they've got one on top of a high-rise. They're going for a second. Let's see. Can they do it? Lining up towards it. They're going for placing it on top again. Something we have seen them do in the past. They're at risk of it. Is it going to fall off? No, it stays there. Fantastic balance from their team. Very nice. That is doubling their 2 points per pallet for them because they are the highest in that district. Whilst we saw very quick movement off the line from Harris Westminster, their robot is still currently stationary, sitting next to the Hampton School and Lady Eleanor Hollis School's robot. Now, the Ladies College, that's their 3rd pallet. Will they be able to get it into a scoring zone? They're pushing another one, which may give them some additional 3 points. Not quite in that district, unfortunately. Let's see, they're turning around. I assume they're probably going for the central high-rise. Will they be able to line up to it? Let's see. They're driving towards it. They drive straight into it. Move back a little bit. Place it down. Will it roll properly? Yes, it's on, and it's there. Fantastic. That is double the 3 points. 6 points for that pallet there. Very well done, the Ladies College. 15 seconds. Will they be able to get another one? There's one pallet there. Just needs a little nudge to get in or out. I think that's in from here. 5 seconds. Let's see. Will it stay? 3, 2, 1. And there we go. That is the end of match number 49. Very, very well done, team. Very well done.
We have some lovely support for the Ladies College yet again in the live stream chat. Thank you, Alice de Jersey. Let's go, the Ladies College, and very well deserved. They managed to get a stack of 2 in one of the outer ones, and they managed to get a pallet onto the central high-rise.
Yeah, it's good to see that teams are managing to deal with that central high-rise, because you've got to remember, it is a lot taller, so being able to work at the sort of the 3 different heights we have here, the ground, the first high-rise and the second high-rise, requires some thought of how your lifting mechanism is going to do it.
Also, sorry.
So you've also got to, calibrate it to make sure that what you think is the middle is high enough that it will drop on, but sort of low enough that it won't drop and roll.
It is quite interesting to see that they have kind of managed to get that down to an art where they drive forward, literally as you just said, they drive forward, but then they nudge themselves back a bit, as if they've already compensated for that in their code. So it's quite nice to see that they have taken that into account.
Yes, although there is a bit of danger with their strategy there. A few times when they've driven into the high-rise, they've knocked off one of their pallets that's already on it, so a little bit of fine-tuning still to do.
Bit of a balancing act, quite literally.
Yes, yes.
I believe, I might be wrong, but I believe that's the first time I've seen Hillsborough possibly score so far. So it's nice to see that they've managed to get their mechanism working, which is always nice to see. We are heading into match 50, which, just to give you some logistics, it's our final match for
this block.
We're then going to take a bit of a break where we're going to have lovely team photos, and then after that we'll have we'll come back and we'll have the next set of final league block of league matches for this afternoon.
Indeed.
We've seen a lot. We have seen a lot.
So, this match is Hayden School, Wisbech Grammar School, King Edward VI Grammar School, and Midsummer Norton Friends. So, let's get underway.
Hayden, Wisbech, and King Edward's Grammar School. And we will be setting off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Wisbech Grammar School is off. Hayden School is off. Jankler's Stacking Solutions is turning in a circle. King Edward's Grammar School is also on the move. So Wisbech Grammar School has driven right past its own cubes into the green zone and also missed those cubes.
It's just driven straight forward.
It might do something useful if it managed to catch a cube. It could maybe turn around and get it in a zone, but I mean, a straight line is better than no line.
It moved. That's something.
It did move.
Speaking of moving, Jankler Stacking Solutions is spinning around.
King Edward's Grammar School, I think they sort of lined themselves up on a cube and maybe tried to grab it, but they did not succeed. And now they appear to be going for a yellow one. Oh, no, they're still turning. They're reversing. And they're lining up again to a nice yellow cube, which is not their own.
Yeah, giving points to your opponents, really bad strategy in events like this. And any competition, in fact.
Surely there must be some game somewhere where you win by having the fewest points.
Golf.
That is true. I don't know how you would score points for other people in golf, though.
Move their ball closer to the hole. I could see, potentially. Bit of a weird one.
Yeah, anyway, this is not golf, and so you should not try and score points for other people.
No. Very bad. Just under 1 minute left. We still have Jankler Stacking Solutions spinning around. Their center of rotation not even quite outside of their starting zone. They may not have formally left it yet.
They definitely drove forwards at some point, but they just didn't properly leave.
No, the entire robot must cross the lines. And so looking at the score, they are in fact confirming for me they have not officially left their starting zone. They have 24 seconds left. They might be able to do it. It just needs a little more of a nudge that I will not give it.
Looks like King Edward's Grammar School is stuck on the plinth. Hayden School is turning in a circle. And the Wisbech Grammar School robot is, I think they literally just drove in a line. That was it. That's their whole thing.
Well, it did it very well.
It did. It was a pretty straight line and everything. And that is now the end of the round.
Very well done, team. Very well done.
So not a very particularly high scoring round, but everyone seems to be moving, which is
Certainly nice to see. I think the problem with that MDN robot is that their camera's mounted right at the top of their frame, and I think they're just struggling to read enough of the markers around the arena to find out where they are.
So it might be worth. Maybe we'll go down and have a little word with them.
Yeah, it's
give them a bit of a debugging tip.
Yeah, well, always good to provide help here.
Absolutely.
So now, so just before so in a minute we're going to be heading off. We're going to have a lovely group photo before we're in this break. We will be back at about 3:10. But before we head off, let's look at where things are now.
Let's go have a look at what the current state of the league is. Let's see who is the Highfield School still at the top. I have no idea. I'm just
league. So
oh
here we have it.
Yes.
So Highfield School holding on to that
Wow.
lead, and the School of St Helens and St Cat's still present in the top 5.
Yep.
TLC slowly climbing. Unfortunately, that MDN have fallen a few places, but remember, not all of the teams will have played the same number of matches yet. You know, some teams could be ahead a few matches, but by the end of it, everyone will have played the same amount. So, you know, it will all work out in the end.
And everyone enters the knockout rounds tomorrow, so people shouldn't be disheartened if they're not right at the top right now. It's still all to play for.
Indeed, just because you're not at the top doesn't mean that the knockouts won't, you know, anything can happen in the knockouts, so we'll have to wait and see.
And again, we have a bit of love for the Ladies College in the chat of our live stream. Steve Plevin saying, well done, Travis. So it's so good to see that team has a lot of support in our live stream.
Anyway, we will see you shortly. Thank you for watching so far.
Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone, to the evening match session of Student Robotics 2025. We've just got 9 matches left today, but you know these can be all important in deciding the final state of our knockouts. Now we've got not long to go until this match number 51. It is. So as we count down the seconds, I'll just we've got this block of matches later today, and then after that we've got a few more interviews before signing off for today. So please stick around with us. Promises to get some insights from the teams into how they go about, building, constructing, and designing these robots.
And also see them close up in person as well. That would be really exciting.
Indeed.
And yeah, see how large the teams are as well. It would be quite interesting to find that out.
Yes. Now, seconds are ticking down. It's a minute left.
Less than a minute.
So, let's see who we've got in this match.
Next up, we have Ruth in School. We have Nower Hill School, which again is a rookie team. We have School of St. Helen and St. Catherine, which is another rookie team, and the Highfield School, a third rookie team in just one match.
Yes. Now, I think this is going to be interesting. Actually, Highfield School have done very well. They were first for quite a while, and SHK have been up in that top block. So, as the seconds tick down, I think this promises to be a very interesting match.
Absolutely.
So.
Okay, we are just heading into match 51 now. We have, I can't do the teams, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, we have movement from all of our robots. Ruth in School is just heading out of their start zone. Highfield School is lining up for their first cube. St. Helens and St. Catherine's is also going for their first one. And we have Nower Hill School here, just slowly, calmly heading towards an orange cube. Ruth in School has a green cube which is lifted with its suction cup. It's pushed around some of the orange cubes as well. Okay, St. Helens and St. Catherine's looks like they are going for their tried and true technique of putting a cube on their middle plinth there. Very nicely done. We have Highfield School, who have swept up their 2 cubes from one side and put another one on the plinth there. That'll score them a very good number of points.
That is their famous move they've done so many times in this competition.
It is working out pretty well for them.
Yeah, well, they're sitting at the top of our league leaderboard at the moment, so...
Okay, Nower Hill School have managed to get 2 cubes in front of them. It's pushing it into the middle zone there. Not sure that second one quite counts as in the zone, but the first one definitely is. Okay, St. Helens and St. Catherine's has another cube on top of their stack in the middle zone there. And they've knocked it over.
Oh, that's
did.
unfortunate. Both of them are now outside of the scoring area too.
That is unfortunate. But if they're going to do what they have done in the past, the next one should go on the center plinth.
Yeah, that will get them a lot of points if the Highfield School don't have anything to say about it.
Highfield has their 5 cubes in that scoring zone there. And very narrowly missed running into St. Helens and St. Catherine's. Looks like they are both gunning for the same place at the same time, and that is not going to end well. Oh, Highfield School is tilting, and they've just managed to stay upright, and now they're stuck on St. Catherine's robot again. I think St. Catherine's is looking a bit lost. Oh, they're lining up. Okay, so we have Noah Hill School. I think they've been doing some shuffling, and one of their cubes is slightly more in than it was previously. Ruth's School is just holding this cube up and not really doing anything with it. Okay, St. Catherine's School is going for another cube there. Are they going to get it in the last 5 seconds?
I suspect... Oh, a little bit of a snap there and something flew off.
Yeah, and that is the end of the round. Yeah, there's a little bit of plastic flying off the Highfield School robot.
Oh, very well done teams regardless.
That was so close. They
Yeah.
flew too close to the sun. They were so close to getting a pillar with 2
I
pallets in
know.
it.
Just that knock. Interesting to see the bit of robot on robot action there. Not something we generally see, but it does happen.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting. It might have gotten confused by the mirror on the back of, was it Ruth's School?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure whose robot that was. It is interesting. Yeah, we have been told that the mirror shouldn't have any effect, but I imagine that they might be looking more at that later on today. Now, that... I believe we had... Now, SHK's robot in corner 2 is the one with the mirror, I believe. They have an interesting cube picking up strategy. They seem to have 2 separate methods that work in tandem. A sort of a suction cup from the top, and then it sucks. And then at the same time, they have paddles that move in. So they have a 2-pronged approach for lifting. Certainly nice and secure, though I do wonder if it's much slower and will impact them later when every point counts.
Maybe, or maybe they played it safe because there were quite a few suction cups that didn't quite suction or adhere properly to the pallets. So maybe that is a strategy. We'll have to see tomorrow.
Yes. Now, as we're counting down the seconds to the next match,
We've got Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf. We've got Royal Grammar School. We've got Queen Mary's College, and we've got Haberdashers. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good match. Several of those teams are ranked fairly high in our league currently, so some high-scoring teams.
Yeah, we've got a contrast to this match, which had mostly rookie teams. This time, we've got teams that we recognise, and you would recognise as well if you've been watching our streams for the past couple of years.
Yeah, now, as we count down the seconds, let's head over to the arena team.
Okay, we have just under 20 seconds until the start of match 52 in the arena is Haberdashers, MAI, Royal Grammar School, Guildford, and Queen Mary's College. And we'll be starting this match in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, we have movement from Queen Mary's College. Haberdashers is also on the move. Royal Grammar School, Guildford is heading out of their zone and lining up with a cube nicely. Haberdashers has swept a cube into their robot there. Oh, MAI is on the move now as well. They've just missed their cube here, and the flag has fallen off the Royal Grammar School Guild robot. Yeah. It's now run over its own flag. Okay, MAI has a cube. It's its own cube. It's lifting it with its sponge arms. Looks like it's going for a second one here as well. Haberdasher School is really... And it's fallen over.
Oh, not again. Having a bit of a nap.
Yeah, I also don't think that cube that they've managed to get into the middle counts as in the zone.
No, it does not.
MAI very nicely here have lifted 2 cubes. And looks like they're trying to give them to me over the arena wall.
The points are over that way.
Yeah, no. Go backwards.
Nope, just making a bit of a mess. In the meantime, though, we have the RGS robot lining up. Is it going to be able to drop one onto a high-rise? It's on. Is it going to stay?
Oh, very nicely done. Very nicely done.
Will the arm move? Yes, it is. Fantastic.
That was perfectly lined up to that column there. Perfectly done.
The precision of that is just incredible.
Okay, MAI is on the move again with their 2 cubes. Are they going to get it somewhere useful? No.
Not quite. No, I can
directly in between.
Yeah, that's not great. I can rather entertainingly still see the wheels of the Haberdasher's robot moving. It's trying to do something. Not sure I can see, but it's not going to be able to move, I'm afraid.
Meanwhile, Queen Mary's College has not been up to much. They drove forwards and now they're done. Okay, Royal Grammar School Guildford is running up on the middle plinth. And is suctioning onto the plinth. You can't lift that. Please don't try.
It won't work. I hope. 10
and
seconds.
MAI is running up against the wall.
Yeah, still those elusive invisible tokens.
And that is the end of the round. Well done, teams.
So, some interesting moments in that match. Shame for QMC's robot. Seems to have crashed with the code. Not quite sure.
Yeah, it did move though, so it has the movement point, but nothing more this time.
No, unfortunately. And Haberdasher's robot, that's the 3rd time I think it's flopped on its back. Clearly they need to put more weight at the front of that robot. Doesn't help, of course, that it's so tall.
But it's not the tallest robot, I think, and it's not the most top-heavy from what I've seen, with some of them wobbling,
I
so
just think it must not be balanced forward and backward very well.
Yeah, I think I might be catching the different plinths just at the wrong angle, but consistently somehow.
Yes. Now, we got to see a nice chunk of MAI's strategy in that match. You know, certainly some key elements there. They nearly made it work, but they just couldn't line up on the scoring zone.
Yeah, but they were so close. Like, if one of the pallets had fallen just in the right place, they would have gotten either one of the 2 zones nearby. But it just didn't work out.
It's difficult. It's difficult. Now, as we get ready for our next match, match number 53.
So that is Headington, Rye, Oxford. We have St Olave's, we have Brockenhurst, and we have Barton Peveril College.
Yeah, so several of those teams have done quite well so far. We've seen some good elements from all of them. Oh, unfortunately, it looks like St Olave's haven't quite managed to score any points yet, but hopefully this will be the moment that they manage to do so.
Looking forward to hopefully at least scoring the movement point, because again, that is just the key.
Yes, indeed. So now, let's get ready and hand over to the league team, to the arena team.
53 is about to begin. We have Headington Rye Oxford School in the green. We have St Olave's Grammar School in the orange. We have Brockenhurst College in the pink, and in the yellow we have Barton Peveril Sixth Form College. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, begin. Very quick movement off the line there from both Barton Peveril and Headington Rye.
Headington Rye is really charging through the arena there. They're not really moving. Well, they're moving things, but not in good directions.
It's not exceptionally controlled.
And they've rammed right into the middle, but they have left a cube there. I
can see from here the Barton Peveril's code has unfortunately crashed, so I can't expect it to do huge amounts of movement for the remainder of this match. Hopefully that's something they'll be able to fix.
St Olave's have left their starting zone, and they're not really gone anywhere.
That's unfortunate. Hopefully they'll be able to. Robot might continue moving throughout the rest of this match. If not, there's still plenty of time throughout this competition to move a little bit further.
Okay, Brockenhurst is nicely lining up with a cube here. They're lifting it.
The incredibly loud vacuum pump on their robot can be heard from the other side of the arena over my own voice.
Yeah, it's really something.
But it is working. They have successfully grabbed that set of pallets, and they're presumably lining up towards the district and the high-rise inside it.
Okay, it's shifted its course slightly and it's heading forwards. Looks like it's trying to line itself up perfectly. Okay, very nicely done. They've deposited that there. Our other robots don't seem to be up to much at the moment. So we have Headington right. I think they're stuck on the center plinth. I'm not sure if Brockenhurst is going to go for another cube.
They're lining up towards one. They've got 45 seconds. They can do this.
Yes, they're going for a slow but steady approach, which seems to get them one cube, but I think they're running out of time to get a second. And they just haven't quite managed to grab that.
Not quite. Let's see. Now, they might have enough logic in there to detect that and potentially try again.
So it looks like they have two small suction cups, and if both of them are over a cube, they can lift it, and if it's only one, they can't.
No, it's probably not a vacuum at that point to be able to properly grab on.
Indeed. I think they've just stopped a little before the end of the match there.
3, 2, 1. And there we go! The end of match number 53. Very strong performances from all teams. Very well done.
One of the more quieter matches, that one.
But St. Olaf's moved.
They
They've
did,
got that
they
movement
did.
point. I'm so proud of them.
They did.
I'm proud of all of them, of course, but it's good to see that they've moved.
So I believe that should give them a. I believe that gives them a game point. I'm not quite sure. I need to refresh my understanding of the rules.
It does. So the first time that the robot moves and entirely leaves their starting position, so that's the square in the corners, they get a movement point, a bonus point, just once around. So, yeah, we heard Jake mention that Brockenhurst's robot was very loud, that you could hear across the arena. Not only can you hear across the arena, you can actually hear it from up here at the live stream deck.
Indeed, indeed. It's very, very loud.
It is effective though, clearly. It's just
Yeah.
a bit
I mean,
scary.
it's a good start, but yeah.
Definitely.
We noticed one of the teams there might have been Brockenhurst, not quite sure, with the two smaller suction cups. They are slow, you know. I think that when they've got to get both of them lined up for it to attach, as you heard Jake say. So I'm not quite sure if they've managed to line up perfectly each time though. It looks like they've got two little flippers and they just flipped it too far away.
Yeah, I get the feeling that the motors just flick rather than carefully position the key
Yeah,
the
yeah.
suction cups.
Oh, we're getting ready for the next match now. So it is between, I believe, it's between Haberdasher's School, Hampton School, ABS,
Abington School,
Hazelwick,
and Richard Collyer College.
Yes. So we're going to be heading over to the match side team soon.
15 seconds away from the start of this match in the arena is the College of Richard Collyer. That's too long. And Abingdon School, no show from Hazelwick, it would seem. We're going in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, the Ham team robot is off. Richard Collier's is also moving. Looks like they're trying to line up before they leave their starting zone. Abingdon School is raising their arm as high as it can possibly go and back down again.
Presumably some form of calibration or a dance.
And now they're going. It's a very nice straight diagonal line into the arena. And then they turn, but they've sort of just missed these cubes. It seems they've gone a bit too far, possibly. And now they're going to crash into Hampton Lady Eleanor. And they're shoving it back into the starting zone. Clearly, Abingdon School does not want Team Ham going anywhere today. Yeah, Ham is fighting valiantly to try and get back on track, but so far it's not really succeeding.
That's very much a you knock us, we knock you kind of mentality.
Meanwhile, the Richard Collier's robot has just run into the wall. It spent a very long time sort of sitting there trying to figure out what was going on, and the decision that it made was to drive into the wall.
It was a reasonable decision, I think.
It is... Oh, it was lined up nicely with a cube, but it's kept turning, so it's missed it.
HAM and Abingdon Schools teams are just, they're being... I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but they are maybe about to be...
Oh.
Nope.
And the ham robot there is reversing. Looks like it's managed to get free. I don't know if that's part of its strategy. It's very determinedly reversing halfway across the arena.
Let's see, there's 40 seconds left. It could still try and score a few more points.
It is pushing some yellow cubes backwards, but it stopped just before they get into any zones.
Be good news for Colliers.
And we have the Abingdon School robot is still running up against the side of the arena here.
HAM's robot coming back to maybe finish the job.
Richard Collier's reversing into some cubes, but not grabbing any. And Ham Robot is back in the corner. Just next to the Abingdon robot.
3, 2, 1.
And that is the end of that round. Well done, teams.
That was a hug, right?
Yes, yes, certainly a nice hug there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, not the most exciting match in terms of points scored there, but
They all moved. They all got the movement bonus.
yeah.
But not much
Even
beyond
if
that.
some of them did then move back into the starting zone by the
It
end.
counts. It counts.
Yes. Yeah. Well, there was potentially going to be a judge's call for turning the robot off at one point, but they did manage to free themselves, so all did carry on.
This is not Robot Wars. This is not the goal of this. We certainly wouldn't want the students to have to rebuild everything they worked so hard for.
Intentional contact between robots is not allowed. Obviously, there is can be quite a lot of accidental contact, but they've got to leave each other alone as much
Although
as
that
possible.
didn't quite happen this match.
Yes.
I was quite impressed seeing Abington's robot. It's so tall. Like, I can't wait to see that in action, to see how high they can stack those pallets.
Same with Collier's. Collier's method is interesting. It seems to have two big grabbers that grab on, lift up, and then I imagine they will let go to drop the token back onto the stack before grabbing like a 2-high stack and repeating the process.
Yeah, it does look like it might be able to hold even 3 tokens.
Yeah,
pallets.
possibly even 4 pallets high, which would be quite amazing.
I mean, aligning all of those and then letting go and having them stay in place would be
Yeah, I
incredible
feel
to
there's
see.
a great danger of them toppling forwards, but we'll have to wait and see if they manage to pull it off.
Yeah. In the meantime, visually, they are absolutely stunning. They have a little 3D printed turtle, and they have apparently extra batteries specifically to have sea-like lights.
Anyway, in our next match, we have the Ladies' College, Nower Hill,
Harris, Westminster, 6
and Hayden.
Match number 55. We have the Ladies' College from Guernsey in the green. We have Nower Hill School in the orange. We have Harris Westminster Sixth Form School in the pink. And in the yellow, we have Hayden School. Let's get this match underway. In 3, 2, 1, begin.
Okay.
Nice quick move off the line there from both Hayden and Harris Westminster. Almost
Ladies'
got points.
College is also heading out of their zone. Looks like they're lining up with their first cube. Nower Hill has also left their zone. They're going a more sedate pace, but it seems to mean that they can line up nicely with the cubes they're looking for. Ladies' College has picked up their first cube and is just over the plinth there. And it's just rolled off. It's still in the scoring zone.
It's going to be 2 game points for them for that set of pallet.
They may be able to get another one onto the plinth, or they might just get it in the scoring zone. Either way, it's points for them.
Yep, let's see, they've lifted it up.
Harris Westminster has very nearly got into a scoring zone with the pink cube, but not quite. And now Hayden School is sort of attacking them a little bit. I think it thinks it's a cube. So over in the Harris Westminster corner, we have one pink cube in a zone as well as one orange cube. I'm not. I think the orange cube was taken there by Nower Hill, and the pink one possibly also by Nower Hill, based on the trajectory.
Yeah, but that is 2 points apiece for both teams there. Still just over a minute left. Let's see. The Ladies College, they're lining up again, potentially trying to go for that same middle district.
Okay, are they going to get this one on the plinth? No!
Oh, same problem.
Still in the scoring zone, though, I think. Just about.
Oh, that one. Yeah, that's in.
And now they're just crashing into everything.
I'll push it in a bit further, I think.
Everything is still in the scoring zone, so as long as they don't touch it and push it out, that should be good. It looks like they're going for a third cube. They have 28 seconds, so I'm not sure they're going to have time to get it in place, but they can certainly try. Oh, they've not quite grabbed it, unfortunately. Hayden School's still shuffling around a little, but not getting anywhere. It looks like the Ladies College tend to overshoot very slightly and they run up on the plinths, and I think that means they don't quite align. But that would have been a very nice cube in the middle, but unfortunately that's the end of the round.
Very, very well done to all teams there. Great performances.
Well, once again, we had a very friendly robot there, scoring some points for and we also had some points being scored for another team. Such a spirit of generosity in this, a competition.
Yeah, after the hug from before.
Yes.
It's quite nice to see.
Interesting that TLC seems to be having some trouble lately ensuring that they've actually grabbed hold of a pallet.
Yes, and also dropping it as well. They had to do a little bit of spring cleaning there, pushing the pallets back in.
Yeah, it seems that when they grab hold of it, it can still rotate slightly, and so it's not coming down flat on top of a high rise.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's definitely some fine-tuning of the mechanics to be done there.
Yeah, unfortunately the pallets are quite light, unlike real-life pallets, so it's a little hard to predict. But they still scored a lot of points.
Indeed, indeed. It's looking good.
Thank you to those watching from home for cheering on the Ladies College, because they're definitely doing great. And Travis looks really cute with the tongue poking out as well.
Quite a lot of support for all the various different teams. Now.
And Richard Collier's college as well. It's just lovely to see all the support. Thank you.
Yes, now. We're counting down the seconds to our next match here.
How many matches do we have left? It's not many, is it?
I believe 4.
Yeah. And then we're only halfway at that point. We still have the whole of tomorrow to go, and anything can change quite last minute as well.
Indeed, indeed. So now, as we count down towards Hills Road, School of St Helen and St Catherine, Peter Simmons and Wisbech Grammar School. It's worth noting that Hills Road are using an interesting mechanism to detect what's going on with their arm. They're not using any sensors or that, they're simply measuring the current and the voltage of the motor in their suction pump. It seemed reliable, so good work to them. Now let's head over to the arena.
Grammar School, Hills Road 6th Form, School of St Helen and St Catherine, and Peter Simmons College. And we will be starting this match in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Wisbech Grammar School is off the mark and driving straight into the wall. St Helens and St Catherine's looks like they are trying to line up for their first cube here, as is Hills Road. That's a very loud...
It's again the vacuum pump, I think.
Yes, it would seem so. Unfortunately, St Helens and St Catherine's have just missed the cube they were trying to pick up.
That's unfortunate. They've done so well in the competition so far. They've just missed this one, but they might be able to recover. There's still just under 2 minutes left.
Yes. Meanwhile, Peter Simmons College has pushed around one of its cubes, but not got anywhere useful. Looks like they might be going for another one, or they might be trying to take something well. Hills Road is nicely lowering that cube down, and they're sort of tipping themselves up. I think they're pushing down too far.
A little too low, I think.
Stop. Don't do that. Okay, so they pushed all the way down, and they went back up again. And the cube has stayed on the plinth, so they do have a cube on their middle plinth there.
It's a weird technique, but it did work, and that's the important thing.
Yes. So the St. Catherine's robot here, they've got a cube. They've grabbed it with their arms. I don't know if they've quite suctioned it. Okay, vacuum pump from Hills Road is on again. You can hear that from all the way over here. Okay, St. Catherine's is putting down their first cube nicely on the plinth in the middle there. And Peter Simmons looks like they're trying to line up for another cube and take it somewhere, hopefully. Hills Road is holding their second cube. And looks like they're trying to orient themselves, figure out where to go. Looks like Peter Simmons are just sweeping those two just inside the outer scoring zone in yellow.
Yeah, that is 2 points for them, though, which is
Oh,
still
and St.
great.
Catherine's looks like they're going for the center plinth there.
They're lining up.
Very
It's
nicely
on.
done. Very
And it
nicely
stays.
done. And it stays, indeed. Hills Road, they're holding this cube. I don't think they know what to do with it because they're not going anywhere.
No, they have 10 seconds. What will they be able to do? If they move back a little bit and drop it, they'll get 1 point. Currently,
St.
they won't
Catherine's
get
has just
anything.
missed another cube, unfortunately. And that is now the end of the round. Very well done, teams.
Okay, so
Still have a couple of pallets on plinths, so that's quite impressive.
yeah, I mean, all the teams do seem to be improving, which is nice to see.
Definitely, definitely. It was also quite interesting seeing Peter Simmons travel further than absolutely necessary to drop off their pallets, but
Yeah.
it still counts as their points, I believe, even though it's another team's territory.
Oh, absolutely, yes. The scoring zones are not specific to any teams, it's only the pallets that are. I mean, maybe it's some sort of strategy move, who knows?
Oh, fill up the areas so the other teams
Yeah, I mean,
can't use them.
yeah.
That's interesting. We'll
Yeah.
have to see whether it's method or just luck.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. So,
It was a bit sad seeing the St. Helen
School of St. Helen and St. Catherine.
picking up an invisible cube and dropping it, and it seemed like it would have been perfect, but there was no pallet there,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
these pesky invisible pallets do crop up from time to time. That's why it's important to have as many different sensors as possible so you can be absolutely certain you've got hold of a pallet, and that way you waste less time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, and thank you for Jeff Goff for cheering on Hills Road in the chat. Thank you.
Indeed, indeed.
We absolutely love to see the comments.
Yeah, it's good to see all the support. So, as we are counting down to the next match, we have Midsummer Norton Friends, the Highfield School.
Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf, and Kick Edward 6 School.
Yes.
Not grammar school.
No,
School.
no. At some point, we're going to get them backwards, but
We're in position for match number 57.
here we go. Over
We
to the
have
arena.
Jankler Stacking Solution in the green. In the orange, we have the Highfield School. In pink, we have Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf. And in the yellow, we have King Edward VI School. Let's get this match underway in 3, 2, 1, begin. See, quick
Okay,
moving off the line there from Janklers.
Highfield School is also off, as is King Edward's. MAI is just set out. Looks like Janklers might still be having the same problem where they're spinning in a circle. This time it is completely out of their starting zone, though.
Yep, that is.
Okay, MAI here looks like they're sweeping up a row. Are they going to grab them? They've picked one up. Looks like they're going for a second, but they are just next to each other, so I'm not just going to be able to grab them both. Its arms don't open wide enough to grab two cubes next to each other, I don't think. So they've just missed that, unfortunately. They have still got one picked up, but they're sort of making slightly worrying grinding noises against the side of the arena now.
Yeah, it's not yet in a scoring zone, unfortunately, MAI.
So King Edwards has just pushed 2 cubes very nicely into its middle zone.
And then knocked both of them out, unfortunately.
Oh dear. Meanwhile, Highfield are doing their tried and true tactic again. They have 3 cubes in their middle zone, 1 on a plinth.
Yeah, such strong
Okay.
performances from them so far this competition.
MAI still has 1 cube in its possession, and it's pushing it in a direction. It's also pushing a yellow cube.
Yeah, King Up with the 6th are going to be very happy about that.
It's lost the yellow one, but it is...
It might be, and it's really hard
There's
to tell
one
from
corner
here.
which might just be out.
We might be able to... Oh, we nearly saw a flip from the King Up with the 6th school there.
Very nearly. Okay, Jankler Stacking Solutions is moving. It's going places.
That's good.
I don't know what else it's doing. Okay, Highfield School heading for the center plinth. And we have a robot collision on this plinth over here. Edward is crashing into MAI. Very nicely done by Highfield there. They've deposited their cube in the middle. Looks like MAI might be trying to steal a yellow cube and take it somewhere more interesting.
And it appears to have done that. It's holding onto it, which means it can't be that... Oh, no,
And
it's put it back down.
again.
Just over 10 seconds now.
It's picking it up again. It's grabbing it with its bottom arms, and it's lifting it even higher. And that is now the end of the rounds, and MAI dropped that cube again.
Well, lovely to see, again, some spirit of cooperation with MAI helping out there.
Helping, but also being a bit bitter about it. There was a little bit of a clash, though, over that plinth specifically.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the background, you've got Highfield quietly working away.
Oh, and still using the tried and tested triple pallet method.
Yeah.
I think they managed to get
It's
a plan
working
every
well
single
for them.
one.
It's
Yeah.
working well. They've been very, very consistent. You know, very, very consistent.
It's definitely working for them. They are still number 2 in the league, and now actually both number 1 and number 2 positions here are held by rookie teams. That is absolutely incredible.
Let's see. So yeah, in fact, Highfield School have been very, very consistent lately. Yeah, look, they've been. It's only one match where their strategy hasn't quite come off.
Yeah, again, we'll have to see what happens in the knockouts and in the final matches as well, because now that the teams have that knowledge of the strategy, they might change something overnight, literally.
Oh yes, I've seen it before where teams look at who they might be facing and add some extra, change it around slightly so that things are different depending on who they're facing.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. Also, we've been told that apparently Jeff Goff, who kindly sent his support to Hills Road, was at Hills Road College in 2004, and he was also a volunteer. So it's lovely to see that we're keeping both students and volunteers throughout their journey.
Indeed,
and hopefully,
indeed.
yeah, getting them
Now,
super interested in robotics.
the penultimate match now, the Royal Grammar School Guildford, King Edward VI Grammar School, Haberdashers and St Olave's Grammar School will head over to the arena shortly.
And good luck to all.
Into the start of match 58 in the arena, we have Haberdashers, St Olave's, Royal Grammar School Guildford, and King Edward VI Grammar School. And we'll be starting this match in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Haberdashers is spinning. Royal Grammar School Guildford is raising its arm and it's heading out. Haberdashers is also off. St Olave's is also off. It looks like it's trying to line up for a cube. Royal Grammar School Guildford's... Oh, it's trying to suction one. Isn't going to get it? It is. King Edwards is lining up. And Haberdashers has fallen over again.
I think that's 3 for 3 so far in matches.
Possibly 4. I think I've lost count, but it's a fair few times.
It's definitely a theme. It's glad it's got its own hazard tape, though. You know it's a bit dangerous.
Yes. Okay, Kegs has a cube inside and the front there. Looks like it's trying to take it places. Royal Grammar School Guildford very nicely deposited a cube on their plinth there. in addition to their very, very long arm in the middle there, the side of the Royal Grammar School Guildford robot is decorated with pictures from the Minecraft movie, I believe that is.
I think you're right, yes, which does make sense. It's a game about building stuff, and this is a game about building stuff.
Indeed. They have just not quite managed to suction onto a second cube there. They've grabbed an orange one, though.
Yeah, King Edward the 6th Grammar School are going to be very grateful if they could just move that pallet a little bit further into a scoring zone.
Looks like they
potentially
might
even
be
into
trying
the middle
to
one.
get to the middle.
Yeah, that's 3 game points if they do.
Oh, no, they're not. They're going over to the pink middle zone. I think Kegs has not quite realised there's a plinth in the way and it keeps trying to drive forwards, but it is holding a cube in place inside that zone.
But unfortunately, by the sounds of it, the SOG robot has crashed, sadly. Small bug in their code means they will probably not be moving for the rest of this match, but hopefully it's something they can fix before their next one.
I think the SOG has been progressing pretty well over the course of these matches. They weren't moving originally, now they're moving places, and they're next to a cube.
It really does show the value of iterating between matches. Use that time to better your robot.
Okay, so what the Royal Grammar School Guildford robot has done is it's pushed an orange cube not quite into a zone, and I think it thought it was putting a cube down, and that is now the end of the match. Very well done, teams.
Well
and
done,
I think we
teams.
stopped just short of that robot trying to suction Kegs.
Wow.
We're starting to see themes, I think.
Yes,
We're starting to see gymnastics that ends not too well.
Yes,
Picking up-
haberdashers over again.
Yeah, unfortunately. So we've got physical crashes and we also have software crashes, unfortunately, with St. Olaf's. But they moved.
Yes.
They moved again.
They moved. So that's the key thing, right? So we'll be heading into the last match of the day shortly, after which we'll have a few more interviews with teams. So as the seconds tick down towards this match 59, we will have in the arena Barton Peveril, College of Richard Collyer,
Queen Mary's College and
Hazelwick, I believe it is. Yes, Hazelwick.
you are correct. We're getting there. We're getting there
Yes,
with the names.
yeah. It's always by the end of the weekend I know what they all are, which isn't very helpful.
And then
but
it's time for next year.
yes.
But it is lovely to see so many rookie teams as well. Although we are starting to learn the names, it's wonderful
Yeah.
getting more teams in.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Although this is the final match of the day, this is by no means the end of anything. If anything, it's almost the start.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow we've got about at least 10 more matches to go before the knockout, so everything can change.
And I think everything will change tonight with all the teams going home and going to their respective locations and tinkering around with their
Yes,
robots.
indeed. Right, and now, as the seconds tick down, I'll remind you that this is Barton Peveril, Colliers, QMC, and Hazelwick.
Good luck to all.
Let's head over to the arena.
Okay, match 59 is coming up. We have Barton Peveril Sixth Form College, we have Colliers, we have Queen Mary's College, and we have Hazelwick, all in position, all ready to go. Which we will start in 3, 2, 1, begin.
Okay, Queen Mary's is raising their arm up nicely and heading out of their zone. Looks like Richard Colliers is trying to align itself with a cube nicely. Okay, Hazelwick is also off. Queen Mary's has very nicely picked up a cube and deposited it in the middle of their robot. Okay, Queen Mary's College is going for a second cube. Hazelwick has crashed into the wall. Colliers is still trying to light itself up. Barton Peveril is on the move. I don't know what it's aiming for.
No, but it's great to see it moving anyway.
I'm not sure that the Barton Peveril robot has a feature for picking cubes up and raising them places.
Pushing them is still a perfectly valid strategy. If you
It
can
is
do that
indeed.
reliably, you don't need any more complicated mechanisms.
However, what they seem to be doing at the moment is pushing into the middle zone without any cubes.
Those won't move. You need to move. The pallets are much easier to move than a literal building.
Okay, Queen Mary's. They have 2 cubes inside their robot, and they're going for a third, which they are lifting up now. Are they going to get it inside? That's a very nice 3 cube
That's
stack
great.
inside that robot.
Let's see what they'll be able to do with it. They've got 1 minute left.
Richard Collier's here has spent a very long time driving towards a cube and then isn't doing anything with it.
Oh, wow. Would
That
you
is
look
a
at that?
lovely 3 cube stack there.
That's the first time we've seen that deployed successfully, but nicely there deposited.
There's a corner sticking out one of those cubes outside the zone. So I'm not certain that counts for points.
Yes, we will see. Our scoring team will decide exactly which of those 3 are in and which are not. Again, it is the vertical projection of those, which means if you look from the top down, are they fully within the tape line?
So the Queen Mary's robot has just reversed and crashed into some cubes, and I think it's done now. Richard Collier's is chilling here. It's a very lovely robot, the Collier's one. They have a turtle on top, which is blue with a lightning strike, and on the sides they've got like coral reef paintings, and it's all sort of blue and transparent, so it looks like the sea.
It's a very aesthetically pleasing robot.
That is now the end of that round. Very well done, teams.
Wow, that was certainly exciting in that last match. It was nice to see QMC's strategy finally paying off. Just need to slightly fine-tune their movement, I think. So, let's have a look at what this final match of today has done to the state of the league. So, Highfield School are back on top. It's really good. Again, School of St Helen and St Catherine, again, still maintaining that top 5 position. TLC have dropped slightly, but still up there. But there's certainly lots of shuffling around the middle of the table. You'll notice that there were quite a few teams tied on league points, and that's where scoring as many points in a game as you can really comes into play. So, I hope that you've enjoyed this first day of matches. Now, what's been your favourite team of the day, do you think? You know, comment in the chat and we will see who we've got. Now, the teams do have a little bit more time to work on their robot today, and they will have some time tomorrow morning as well, I believe. So, as we finish out this segment of the live stream, I'd like to thank the team that we've got up here on the live stream balcony for all their hard work producing, commentating and gathering information today. I also want to thank all the volunteers we've got working today, and if you would like to volunteer, you can head over to our website that's currently shown on the screen, sign up. We're always after more help. So, as a reminder, we could not make events like this without the help of our sponsors that are shown on the screen. In particular, Student Robotics would like to thank Adventurous Machines, IT Dev, the UK Electronic Skills Foundation, and the University of Southampton Electronics and Computer Science Department. We are just preparing for the interviews now, as they are doing the final preparations. We will be interviewing Team MDN first, followed by 3 more team interviews. So, as the clock ticks down, here we go. I'm going to head over to Oana in the interview station.
Hi, we have our interviews now, and welcome to a representative from Midsummer Norton Friends. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Evie, and this is our robot, Gary.
Gary, that's awesome. So how did you start this team? Because you're the only non-school and non-scout team we have.
So I did a week course over the summer with with Small Piece and Student Robotics. So I made a load of friends from that, and one of them I invited to do this. Yeah, and then one of them's just a school friend that knows a lot about coding.
Wow, that's really awesome. Like taking the initiative as well and deciding to do this. And clearly it's worked out. Like I can see there's lots of 3D printed pieces in this.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so majority of this is 3D printed, so it's all the pink bits are 3D printed, including the battery case as well. So obviously I designed them all myself on Fusion 360 using my personal license. And yeah, so, and then I printed them out on my 3D printer. Had a lot of troubles getting prints to stick, layer shifts, all sorts of errors within the 3D printing, but eventually all of it was printed and yeah, put together with some extrusion and a lot of zip ties and electrical tape.
Oh, well, of course. It's the bits holding it together. That's
Yeah.
fine. That's amazing. So when did you start getting interested in 3D printers?
So originally, when I first started my course at my college, we got a load of new 3D printers in, so we were setting them up as like a class, and I was like, these are really cool. So I went home and after Christmas bought myself one. So I've got a lot of experience maintaining 3D printers at school, at home. So all of this has just been fairly easy in a way.
Oh,
apart
it may
from
be
the
easy to you if you know.
Yeah.
It certainly isn't easy though.
Practice makes perfect at the end of the day.
Absolutely. So when did you start?
What do you mean?
With 3D printers and 3D modeling?
Yeah, it was at college, so I've done a bit on CAD, on Autodesk Inventor, at my work placement as well, which is part of my course.
Wow.
I've done a bit on that, so yeah. I've also used Onshape and Fusion 360 at home, so yeah, I've got a vast knowledge of all CAD packages.
That's very impressive, especially at this stage. So how did you spread out the different tasks within your team?
So mainly I started with the frame. So at the start we just had the bottom bit in the design, because at the start of the competition we didn't quite know how it was going to turn out, and then one of the other teammates helped with the coding, and then the other teammate helped with social media stuff and all sorts like that.
Wow, that sounds like you have like a whole team, like a mini startup almost, from top to bottom. That's really impressive. So what do you think you're all most proud of with your robot?
So I'm just most proud of the frame in general, because it fits together really well, and the 3D printed bits are just press fit in, so there's not technically any need for any of these bolts. Obviously I used them as well just in case, but yeah, the frame in general is just really solid, which is the bit I'm most proud of.
That's absolutely incredible, actually. It's almost like it's built like a 3D printer in itself.
Yeah.
Like I just noticed the gantry at the back.
It is certainly inspired by my love of 3D printers.
It definitely shows. Definitely shows. So, yeah, what other choices did you and your team make? Because I just noticed you have some Omni wheels as well.
Yes, originally we were going to have 4 Omni wheels, so 2 where they are now and 2 at the back, but due to like wheel issues and wheels sticking on them, we just decided to remove the back ones and go with like a roller at the back there. It made it much easier, so we were having motor issues, wheels sticking to our motor issues the entire week before this competition. So this was a last-ditch effort, and we have gorilla glued the wheels onto the motors.
Well, you don't want to be losing wheels as some of the other teams have, so that's definitely one way of doing it.
Yeah.
So, what in terms of what were the decisions you made in terms of sensors?
So we mainly used the camera at the front to obviously position where we are, well, to find the markers. So what we do, we start by spinning, and we see which pallets we have, and then we take the IDs of those and just focus on those instead of going through the whole list of 20 different IDs. And then we've got ultrasound sensors as well when for the cameras too close to the pallets, so we can make sure we have a pallet in our grabber pretty much, and also to prevent us running into walls, which that doesn't seem to help, but
No,
yeah.
it's not too effective. So you're able to tell whether you have a pallet or not?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, that's really interesting and very useful based on what
Yeah.
we've seen in the matches.
If we had more time, I was going to beef up the grabbing parts of those and put a micro switch in between them, so we would know
okay.
if we actually could grab a pallet or had a pallet in there, but we ran out of time, unfortunately.
There's always ways to improve.
Yeah.
Like if you had 3 years for this, I think there'd still be.
Yeah.
I mean, the robots would be absolutely mind blowing at the end, but you'd still keep
they
going.
would.
So have you enjoyed the competition so far?
Yeah.
We're at the end of day one.
It's been stressful generally and quite warm, but
Sorry to hear that.
And we're back. Okay, can everybody in the chat hear me? Let's get some responses, please. I'd like to know that we are live. So let's see. So we appeared to drop the internet for a moment there, but I believe we're back. Yes, I can see a yes in the chat. That's good to hear. So we will come back in with a new interview now. So I'm going to pass it over to Oano again.
Hi everyone, we have our second interview of the afternoon, and we have two representatives of the Ladies College. Would you like to introduce yourselves briefly?
I'm BT. And I'm Millie.
It's really lovely to meet you. So you have Travis here in front of you. I seem to remember Travis from last year. So what upgrades has Travis had this year? Because there's some interesting strategies I've seen.
He's had new arms, obviously, because it's a new challenge that we have to do. He's got new googly eyes and a new paint job, so he can stand out.
I do love the pink and the theme as well. Like, genuinely, I absolutely love it.
Yeah,
I was so happy when you were the
got
pink.
leopard print ribbon on.
That's
Thinking about
awesome.
giving it out tomorrow if we get into the final.
We can include it in a live stream. We'd love to do that. So what part of Travis are you most proud of? Because obviously you speak to him like he's a person. It's really, really nice to see.
Probably like how well he's doing in the challenges. Before the first match, he was a bit rocky. Like, we changed the code and he wasn't really doing what we wanted him to do. But in the first match, he pulled through and managed to get second. So that was good. And he's been doing quite well.
Yeah, he's been a bit hit and miss in some of the ones, but we've been doing consistently second or first, so we're quite pleased.
That's nothing to sniff at. That was absolutely amazing. And it seems like, he's got a little bit of a personality as well. So do you have anything that any specific kind of strategy that you're happy to share, of course? Don't share your Jack in the sleeve.
I feel like we've gone for the low rise twice, just to like start off simple and hopefully get at least one on there. And then we've gone for the high rise third. So if another team has a block on the high rise, like we'd knock it off.
Oh, so that is a strategy.
Yeah.
Oh, because that is very exciting, like seeing the matches.
And then we've got a strategy for tomorrow, but it's secret.
Yeah, that's gotta stay secret.
Don't share. As we know, things change day to day. Yeah. So is it just the two of you in the team?
There's 5. Well, there's 7 of us in total, but 2 of us are on a school ski trip. So there's 5 people here.
That's still quite impressive. So how did you decide to join Student Robotics? Like,
I think me, Millie, and another girl, Lissy, we were doing all the same A levels as each other. Millie changed to do biology now instead of physics, but we thought it would just be a nice thing to do all together.
We're really glad to have you here, genuinely. It's lovely to see Travis with a new look as well. So if you had 2 more weeks, because it's always about time crunch at the end, if you had 2 more weeks, what do you think you would change in how you felt, Travis?
Probably just more of the code, like probably doing lots of different codes and then choosing them for each different round, because this morning it was a bit stressful, like trying to do the code, because I think we changed a bit and then it all got messed up, so like having like 2 more weeks of coding would have been helpful. But
yeah, because now we've seen other people, we're like, oh, we'll do this code then, so it would be nice if we had a couple different codes ready to go, but hopefully we'll manage to write some tonight, maybe.
Oh, okay. That's a really interesting strategy, like having different paths that people can't predict. That's interesting. Do you want us to to walk us through the sensors and the different ways that you have of sensing the pallets?
Yeah. He's got a camera at the front and like sensors at the front. I think that might actually just be it.
We don't really use the sensors much though. He seems to be okay just on his camera, but we've made it so that the camera shouldn't move, because we had, when we were doing original testing, issues where he would just run and wouldn't see anything, so.
And if he doesn't see like a low rise or high rise, he'll go a full 360 and move back, and then hopefully try to find it there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really cool that you've thought of the different scenarios as well. That's interesting. Did you work off a flowchart, or did you just come up with the ideas on the go?
I mean, it was kind of just watching like the virtual challenges and thinking.
Yeah.
We came up with the like reverse thing after watching some of the virtual challenges, I think.
Well, that's really cool. And how has Student Robotics and participating in these competitions made you think differently about engineering?
I think it's a lot cooler than it seems. Like when I first signed up for robotics, I didn't think it was going to be like as fun or as cool as it is now. Because like this competition's like really fun. I didn't expect it was going to be this fun. But also like problem solving, a lot of that, and just like brain work.
Yeah, I think it's problem solving in a different way than maths or physics is, because it's like in real life, so I think it kind of gives you a better experience as to what engineering actually is.
I'm really glad to hear that, actually, because I am an engineer myself, so
I want
it's
to
really
go
nice
into
to
engineering.
see. Oh, that's really, really exciting. But yeah, it's nice seeing that you realise that distinction between the science and engineering as well. But no, thank you so much. Are there any final remarks you'd like to say about your team or about Travis?
I don't think so.
No worries. Thank you. It was lovely having both of you. Thank you so much. And all the best this evening with the coding and tomorrow in the knockouts as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was really nice to hear from TLC there about their robot and the different elements it's got. It's interesting that they're relying on just the camera at the moment, that they have the scope in the robot for the extra features. Sounding interesting there. It looks like they've definitely got some tweaking they can do if they need to. To any of our current competitors tuning in, You possibly might have heard in the background there's been an announcement for some lost property. Please speak to a blue shirt if you think you've lost something. Yeah. So it's looking good. We will be doing another interview shortly. So, yes, that's sounding good. In the meantime, hopefully the internet stays present. I'd just like to remind everyone that this is only day 1 of our competition. You know, we've got more matches tomorrow, culminating in the knockouts and our grand final. So as we meander towards our next interview, you know, think that this could be you next year if you're a current competitor. You could be the blue shirt sitting here, you know, yapping on about all the action behind you, or you could, if you're currently not at sixth form, you could be a competitor next year. You know, we have teams from all across the country. You know, so if you want to take part, you can sign. If you head over to our website, that's studentrobotics.org, and then you hit /compete, you should be able to sign up to be notified when you know it opens for competitors to sign up. So, as we are waiting for the next team, things are looking good. I hope you've all enjoyed our live stream today. Again, I'd like to say another thank you to all of the fabulous volunteers we've got, both in the venue, you know, today, and all of the work that they've put in previously, across not just the 6 months of the competition, but across the whole year. So, coming up with the game, you know, writing the rules, preparing the simulator, checking the kit. There's lots of work that goes into events such as this before the competition even starts. And we're being joined by Anton again at the moment.
Hello, Oscar. How have you enjoyed today?
It's been really good fun. Yes, I've enjoyed sort of commentating again, or talking.
Absolutely, and we are joined by one of our lovely mascots, one of our various lovely animal mascots that we have had today. We have had, I haven't even come up with a name for this dog. What should we call it?
We've also got this lovely shark.
Gloria, the shark is called Gloria, named by my housemate. So Gloria the shark, yes. And we'll call it Robert the dog. That's what I'm going to call this dog. This dog is now called Robert.
Very good. There appears to be a problem with the next interviewer, so please bear with us as we locate them.
So what I've been informed is that they are having their lovely photo taken, and they just appear to be arriving right now. So what we're going to do is we're just going to yap between each other until we're ready to hold off. I have really enjoyed today. I have really enjoyed the variation of all the teams, and especially all of the different strategies that we have seen employed. We don't only have the sucker strategy, we have clamping strategy, we've seen the combination of the two, and it's really impressive to see how they are able to all come together and score a lot of points. And I'm really looking forward to see how it develops, particularly over the next 24 hours, and how it affects the knockouts tomorrow.
Indeed. So as we get ready to go to our interviews, I believe we have MAI who will be interviewed. So we've seen some good strategy from them. Looks like it needs a slight bit of fine-tuning there, but we should be able to hear all about how it's going to work and, you know, come together. So as the seconds tick down towards our interview, how do you think the day has gone overall?
I think it's gone amazingly well. I'll say it again. I've really enjoyed seeing everyone put in the work, put in the effort, develop their strategy over the day. I mean, we've gone from robots not moving at all, able to take points. I hope you're doing all right.
Yes.
Take pallets, put them into the scoring districts, and get points on the leaderboard. I'm very, very happy to see that. And the team that we have next for interview, Gymnasium, Markt, Indersdorf, a legend in Student Robotics law. I can't count the amount of times that I've seen the 2013 tiebreaker. That was so magnificently done by their team. I think everyone who's ever volunteered for Student Robotics has seen that video, and it is quite a sight to behold.
So as the interview people just get into position.
I think we're just about ready to go, maybe? Maybe?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf this year has a particularly massive robot. So, and again, it's probably the same case, I think, that they had last year.
It looks very similar.
Looks very similar.
So, as we head over, we'll head over to our interview station. I believe they are ready.
We are ready to go.
Yes,
Let's hand over
let's
to
head
Gymnasium
over.
Markt Indersdorf.
And we have our third interview of the day. Welcome to Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf. Thank you so much for coming all the way from Germany. It's how's your journey been? I mean, I have to ask.
Turbulent, I'd say. We initially had a lot of problems with getting the bot disassembled and ready for flight.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
It's a huge burden every year.
Okay, but you have decided to fly, not take the bus. Okay.
Fortunately.
Fortunately. But yeah, that's good to hear. And you made it here sounding safe. And sounds like the robot is doing well as well. But yeah, would you like to introduce yourselves briefly? Like, say if this is your first competition?
Yeah, I'm Valentin. It's my first time being here.
Nice.
It's my first time being a team captain too.
So I'm Gary. It's now my third year on this competition, yeah, and also the third year with MAI. So I guess I know the competition pretty well now. Yeah.
That's awesome. It's great seeing that you're sticking around and that you're enjoying it. Thank you. I see you. I can't help but notice you have a theme going on, and I notice on the backs of your you have a custom printed uniform. Would you like to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. Should I just turn around?
Feel free to do so. Yeah.
So we basically got our whole 2025 tour printed on our backs with all the dates and all the competitions we're going to be participating in. Yeah, and regarding our bot and our hats, the theme this year is constructing cities, I guess. Yeah, kind of like something like this. That's where we want to present a really catchy concept of like having this construction type of vehicle, and us, of course, being construction workers with our personal items strapped onto our heads. I got WD-40.
It's always useful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically our theme. We're this city construction team.
No, I love seeing you bring the theme alive every single year. It's something I genuinely look forward to. So yeah, would you like to talk about the robot as well and your strategy?
Oh yeah, totally. So as you can see, probably the camera can't really see, but we've got in total 4 arms, 2 large and also these 2 small ones. Each of these is lined with sponges, so that's basically so we can with our servos grip basically as hard as we or as far as necessary without damaging them. So we've got kind of the buffer space, and also all of this is on a linear rail. So we can also lift as soon as we have grabbed our cubes, we can lift them all up using this belt drive. And when we're at this point, we can also lift up the lower platform right here. So in theory, we would be able to lift these cubes to up to, I guess, 5 cubes height. So basically, either 4 cubes on top of the lower platform, or 3 cubes on top of the higher platform, if we ever get to that. Yeah.
Wow, I cannot wait to see that working. That's really, really exciting. So if you had 2 extra weeks, because it's always a time crunch, if you had 2 extra weeks, what would you do differently, or what would you add to the robot?
Well, one I have always been saying is our bottom platform. It's kind of crooked, especially I think there's not one singular 90-degree angle on this one. So that has been quite difficult. We've had first a right drift to the right, then a drift to the left. So we've had to always kind of tune that exactly. It would have been really nice if we could have just driven exactly to where we wanted without any correction.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I guess it means that you've done a lot more work in the coding, but
Yeah.
it would have made your life easier.
Yeah, totally.
Absolutely. So what have you enjoyed so far? 'Cause it's the end of day one already.
Well, do you want to say something?
I mean, you're all pretty nice people.
Oh,
I must
thank
say.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I quite enjoy the mood around here. Just like people enjoying the time, not being all that competitive with each other, helping each other out. We got a lot of parts from other teams already.
Oh, that's lovely to hear.
Yeah, it's pretty lovely. Just getting to be a part of all this.
Oh, that's really nice to hear. Thank you so much for all of your time. Thank you. I forgot to ask, what are your... Oh, wait, I did ask you this. Thank you so much for your time. It's been lovely to hear about your experiences, new and over a long period of time, and about your robot as well. Thank you. All the best in...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the best tomorrow, and all the best in all of the competitions that you have planned. Genuinely, that's incredible. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Oh wow, thank you very much to Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf for taking so much of their time to come and have an interview with one of our volunteers, so you can find out just what goes on behind the scenes, because I think one of the things that we don't see, we only see the end result. We don't really get to hear about the time that it takes, the actual effort that it takes for them to actually build a robot, program it, and execute all of the strategy that they need in order to come and compete in our arena. And saying that, it's not only about the team members. There are a whole army of people behind every single one of these competitors. You have teachers, parents, and the school staff who are there supporting them to ensure that every single one of them can have a really nice experience and get the most out of competing in student robotics. So we have next Wisbech Grammar School, which is, as we were talking about earlier, we do have a lot of former competitors who go on to become blue shirts, and in fact one of our volunteers here, Sam Martin, was a competitor at Wisbech Grammar School. Looking at the notes that we have on them, they had to go to the help desk for issues at certain points during today, and in the end it turns out that the power that was going to the motorboard was reversed going into the power. So that was just a simple case of them swapping the wires and ensuring that their motorboard was functioning correctly. So right now, there aren't any league matches. In fact, people at the minute are in the arena having a bit of play, just doing a bit more tinkering, refining their strategy. Let's take a look at what's going on inside of the arena right now, because it might be quite interesting to see what's happening inside right now. So let's take a look. As you can see right now, you have a lot of volunteers, a lot of competitors and their robots just refining their strategy, taking the time now after the competition, whilst it's a lot more calm and less energetic, in order to refine their robots, refine their strategies, make sure that the points that they can gather continue to go up and up and up as the time goes on. We just have a few more minutes until the interview. I myself have had an excellent day, and in fact I am quite passionate about STEM outreach in general, because as I said at the beginning of the day when I was speaking with Oana, one of the things that I'm quite passionate about is seeing other people succeed. I gain a lot of satisfaction from taking the time to I gain a lot of satisfaction from seeing things work, and seeing that being carried over into our team members when they see their robots fully functioning in the arena, kind of drives it home for all of us as to why we're all here. So I think we're just a few minutes away, maybe? Just a few minutes. We're going to hand over now to Wisbech Grammar. Let's go.
The best. The win. We're going to win.
Well, I can't have favourites. I'm really sorry.
We can be your favourite.
Okay. But yeah, it's lovely to meet you. Would you like to briefly introduce yourselves?
Yeah, my name is Pavan Patel, and yeah, come from Wisbech Grammar School.
I'm Dominic, but just call me Dom, please. I've mainly done all the engineering.
Cool. And is this your first Student Robotics Competition, or have you been here before?
I was here last year because only 6th was allowed to do it, and I'm up to 6th, so this is his first one.
This is my first year, but hopefully more and many.
Exciting. So how have you found it so far?
It's been quite difficult, especially seeing the team work so hard on the robot. It's been like quite a jump from any previous school club. But no, it's definitely been very rewarding, especially on the social media side, making videos every week, seeing the robot grow over time. It's definitely been very good.
Oh, yeah. It's lovely generating that engagement as well. So thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been really interesting. It's different to a conventional school because you're not just like, oh, here's 10 pages of theory, memorize it and we'll do a test. It's, oh, let me try apply all my electronics, physics, and see if I can actually understand how to use it in real life. It's certainly more interesting than school because you see a problem and you don't go, oh, let me just bung that into my calculator. It's, oh my god, I need to try solder all this together and not hurt myself.
Well, yeah, that is an important last point, yes. But that's, much closer to engineering, speaking as an engineer myself. But yeah, would you like to talk us through the design of your robot?
Oh, it was such a pleasure. It's currently unnamed.
Okay.
It's discovering itself slowly as it enjoys itself at Southampton. So the code's a bit lacking, but we've been working over it over the night. So a bit night owl.
You need to sleep. Please take care of yourselves.
The robot is the most important thing.
Okay.
You know,
we don't need any
sleep is only for a small period of time. The robot is forever.
Exactly.
With
the glory.
What the robot? We've used a scissor lift design that we saw on a video from an old year. Like, this will work because we didn't want to use our old design. So we used a tapered die and we've connected it via a scrap piece of metal that was welded together and a motor. So it obviously is fed up the thread and pushes
Sorry,
it up.
I have to stop. You welded for this robot?
We've got a farmer and he's in his shed of mysteries and we'll be like, oh, we'll need a piece like this, and we're like, don't worry, I'll bring it in tomorrow. And it'll be like, ignore the burn on my finger, and here's the piece you need.
Wow, I haven't been here for the entirety of Student Robotics, but that's definitely the first welded robot I've heard of.
It's only this one bit because I don't think we're trusted to do it anymore. We're only allowed to use power tools with our supervisor, so it's always a surprise when our teacher comes in and he's like, how do you get that bit? No questions asked. The robot's the only thing that matters.
We're still here, we're still safe.
Limbs mostly attached.
Yeah. So you mentioned with the code. So how big is your team and how do you split the responsibilities?
There's only about 3 coders. There's about 3 people on media and there's like 4 builders. So it was kind of split. So this was, the top plate was done by 2 and by some twins, and then me and then there's 2 upper 6 boys. So as the experienced and wise ones, we kind of as was done to us last year, we delegate. Oh, you need to
the managers, quality assurance.
Oh, you need to do all this menial work and saw it and screw it. Yeah, we've done it before. We were forced to do it last year. You can do it this year, but I think it's a slightly bigger team than last year. But we're always lacking coders. Everyone wants to build. No one wants to get angry at their laptop.
Well, hopefully we're strong on the social media side, so hopefully we're winning that award this year.
Absolutely. No, thank you for generating engagement. So this is always the question because it's always a time crunch, no matter how hard you plan. So if you had 2 extra weeks, what changes would you make to your robot?
Absolutely none. We would have pushed it forward 2 weeks and then still got here on the day, be like, we don't have any code. But
that's a very honest answer. I appreciate that.
We met up yesterday. I was like, because the main coder, she's a comp sci student, so she's got a project. So our supervisor was like, Lauren, how's the code going? Yeah. We got to the hotel room. All right, let's start from basics. Do the motors work? Good. Do the encoders work? Yes. Vision? No idea. This scissor lift? Still in progress. But sleep is the cousin of death, so I'm not going to go anywhere near. We're not allowed to.
Okay.
Caffeine and sugar and Mentos, and they keep us up.
I will not comment on that.
Please
I guess-
don't.
Yeah, are we expecting TikToks at midnight or?
Well, actually, I think as part of the social media team, we actually get a good night's rest. So
That's
I
a
wouldn't-
relief to hear. That's
Yeah.
refreshing.
The most important
We are kicked out.
people. Yeah.
Kicked out the designing room and
Our coders, we've been trying to coerce our coder to take power naps. I don't think she's taken. She's sat at her computer, working valiantly for unnamed robot and nearly falling asleep. Lots of energy drinks of nondescript sponsorship.
Yeah, we don't condone this. This is their choice.
Yeah. Only drink water, Auntie.
Yeah, water's good. Water's good. You should
Lots
do
of water.
that. Highly recommend it. Yeah. So has taking part in Student Robotics changed your perception of engineering?
Yeah, I was originally going to do chemistry.
Oh,
I
okay.
decided I quite like the robotics, so I've now switched to electronic engineering. Oh, that's what I'm applying for and hopefully get.
Oh, that's really exciting to hear. Good luck with the applications. How
And,
about yourself?
honestly, I already had set my sights on medicine before joining Student Robotics. So this was just really to help the team and just see what the
Keep
world was
morale
like.
up.
Exactly. But no, it's definitely shown like the appreciation towards engineering and the coding, how it all has to intertwine to make a good robot, and great appreciation.
That's really lovely to hear. And there's a lot of engineering medicine as well,
Yeah,
to be fair. It's still
definitely.
STEM, so approved.
Of course.
No, thank you so much both for your time.
No, that's-
It's been really enjoyable chatting to you and hearing about your
Healthy
various habits. Yes, this is not to learn from.
Don't do it at home.
Yeah, don't try it at home. But yeah, thank you. All the best with the competition tomorrow and the knockouts.
Don't
Thank
worry,
you so much.
tomorrow it's going to be a different robot. Last year, first day, it was like, oh my god, it's not working. Sleep of nondescript amount of time, and lots of sugary sweets later. We came second, so we're hoping for a repeat.
So it's a tried and tested method.
Yeah, tried and
Okay,
tested.
okay.
Worked every year it's tried, and there has been so much crash outs.
Okay, well, make sure you get plenty of rest, at least after the competition.
Yeah,
of course.
No,
Nice
thank you.
on the long bus home.
Yeah.
Everyone will be quiet. I hope.
Exactly. Well,
Brilliant.
hopefully, well, it depends on the outcome
I'll still
tomorrow.
be coding
Yeah.
for next year.
Still coding. Well, thank you so much for
That's
your
been
time.
amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Cheers. We need it.
Well, thank you very much to Wisbech Grammar School there for that lovely, entertaining interview, which is entirely not surprising. It's entirely in their character, given the interactions that we've been having on our Discord channel with them. And I believe at some point in their Discord, I don't know if that was mentioned during the interview just now, I think they called their team Team Awesome Pants. So, the confidence is there. So that was very pleasant to see. Very nice to see every single person that we have interviewed so far talk about how Student Robotics has helped them develop their team skills, develop their passion for the subject. That's the aim of what we're trying to do, and it's very positive to see that's the outcome, that's the impact that we're having. So we're coming up to the final interview of today, and actually the final interview of this weekend, because we have a lot of robotics to get through tomorrow. The next team up will be Colliers, and just like last time where we had ex-competitors, again the theme continues, right? We have a pipeline of people who do Student Robotics become blue shirts, which is obvious to see when you see us having a lot of fun here, having seen the impact that we're able to have for all students. And in fact, a number of our blue shirts who are here today, Jake, Karina, Muhi, Holly, are all ex-competitors from Colliers, which is absolutely fantastic to see. As I mentioned, this is the final interview of today and of the weekend, and I guess on behalf of all of the live stream team and all of Student Robotics here, we'd like to say a massive thank you to all teams who have participated in the interviews today, and they were Kin Edwards VI Grammar School, Kin Edwards VI School, Midsummer Norton Friends, the Ladies College from Guernsey, Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf, Wisbech Grammar School, and then finally the team that we will see right now, that being Colliers. So, we have a few minutes to go until we have the next interview coming up. Let's take a look at the little bit of notes that we have, because we have a spreadsheet here where we write down a lot of interesting tidbits that we come up with as we go through the day. And even before today, we spent a bit of time populating the spreadsheet with a bit more information. So it was interesting to see that in their Discord they mentioned when they were testing their robot, they did an interesting strategy where they tested it at 30% speed going forwards, which, you know, is a nice, good thing to do, you know, start off slow. And then obviously the natural progression from there is to set it to 100% in reverse and accelerate it to, this is in their quotes, right, to Mach 41 into a table leg, which I don't know if I can condone that as a viable testing strategy, but in terms of the entertainment value that will provide for everyone who is witnessing that, you know, it kind of works. So maybe that'll come out as when we hear them being interviewed now. So I think they're ready to go. Are they ready to go? Sarah, we're ready to go? Maybe? Yes? No? I don't know. Well, I can continue talking. Robots are really cool. We are now ready to go. Thank you very much. We'll hand over to Team Colliers.
Very exciting. So would you like to introduce yourselves briefly?
Yeah, sure. So hi everyone, I'm Sophia. I'm the project manager and social media manager for Team Colliers.
Hi, I'm Dan Griffin and I'm the design and engineering lead.
Wow, that sounds very organised. Like you have actual team names. Yeah. So would you like to talk a bit about the structure of your team?
Yeah, sure. So at the start of the school year, we all did an election to decide who our team lead would be. So we chose Daniel Fry, who you might see is covered in blue face paint. Yeah. And from there, we kind of split into it. So Dan and I were here last year, so we figured we should take on team lead positions. Oh, yep, thank you. so that we could help all the first years and stuff know how to prepare and what to do. And we kind of went from there with it, right?
Yeah, there's also quite a lot of our technical skills have quite shown why we have these positions. So I also have another co-lead for my position as the engineering and design lead, who is a great engineer, so Ben Miller. And we got our positions through having the skills that we do, and it's really helped advance our robot mechanically.
That is absolutely amazing. Like, I've never heard of such an organised structure before. So would you like to talk a little bit about your robot's design?
Sure, of course. I think we should start with the actual mascot of our robot.
Cool, okay, that would be me. So there was a lot of mascot. I wish I was the mascot. There was a lot of debate when we first started thinking about our design as to what sort of animal we wanted to represent us. Last year we had a dinosaur, and we wanted this year to kind of change that to represent the new team. So we would have done under the sea theme. That's the right wording. And there was a lot of different animals we could pick from. We narrowed it down to a turtle or a penguin, but we decided to go with turtle just in case a penguin looked too much like a Care Bear and people got confused. We were just a bit worried that it would look too similar. So we went with our Turtle Thunder.
Blue Shirt said earlier today that when we told them that the theme was Under the Sea, that it should have been Thunder the Sea because our mascot is called Thunder. But our
missed opportunity.
It's a massively missed opportunity, and I'm really disappointed we didn't come up with it. But the entire robot is based on an aquarium, which is why it's got jellyfish, and I tried to angle it into the shot, but it's not quite there. On just the other side, we have a glow-in-the-dark chest. We've got a castle like you'd get in a fish tank, and there's just coral everywhere.
Right?
Yeah, there is a 3D printed jellyfish that does jiggle, much like the rest of our robot.
Yeah.
That is absolutely amazing. It's really, really beautiful as well.
Thank you.
I'm glad you didn't include the water in the aquarium though.
No.
That felt too hard to do.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, would you like to talk a bit about the mechanics of your robot as well?
Of course. So we use a pulley to lift up some grabbers, and the pulley was mostly designed by the co-lead Ben, but there has been a few adjustments to it, I believe, since. We've recently had a problem with our servos earlier today because there is servos all over this thing. I think about 3, 2 on the pulley, 1 on the grabber, and I think most of our competition just went wrong because the servo was broken on the grabber. Do you want to talk about the grabber? Just how it's bent?
Yeah, sure. So we've got, obviously, as you can see, it's quite long. That's so it can potentially stack multiple boxes. If you've been watching all day, you will know that it has not stacked any boxes yet. Hopefully it will tomorrow, so please keep an eye out for that. There is still time. But yeah, as long as it can stack multiple boxes, it can then lift it up, and it can potentially slot on top of another box. Just drop a box, and yeah.
Another thing that I completely forgot to mention is our omnidirectional wheels. So this is something that should set us apart from the other teams, and it did last year when we used them, because they can shaft left and right, which is really useful. However, we attached them wrong this morning when we put them on after getting on off the coach. So half the competition it's been scooting backwards, but now it shifts left and right very, very well, as you'd be able to tell from the last competition.
Absolutely, absolutely. Would you like to talk a bit about your strategy as well? I mean, obviously, don't share anything you want to keep secret.
It's currently to pick up a box. Oh, we haven't done very
Most of the strategy is a secret to us.
It is. It well and truly is. Hopefully, we'll work on it tonight because we're going to do a little team bonding session in our hotel, and just do some more debate and delegation over coding. So I think fingers crossed it'll work.
I think we have quite a similar strategy to a lot of the other teams. It is just pick up a box, get it into the second section where there's only one block high. But I'm really hoping by the end of the competition we get at least one stack in the middle. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yeah, I believe in you. There's still a lot of time. No, thank you. And of course, time is always an issue. There's always a time crunch, no matter how much time you have. So the final question is, if you had 2 more weeks for this competition, what would you have done differently?
We spent a lot of time trying to divide up what we were going to do on the robot. So I think we spent 3-4 weeks at the very beginning just reading over and going, well, what do we actually do? And the coders got the robot a lot sooner than they did last year, but if we had 2 or 3 more weeks at the end of this and we had those 3 or 4 weeks at the beginning that still get used up, I would definitely give them more time to practice and move the wheels around, see what can be fixed in the code, not just in the robot. Anything you'd add?
Probably just angling the grabbers a bit more, or using foam, just so we can. Because a lot of the time we've gone over to a box and it's been the wrong angle for us to pick it up. So I think if we had foam, it would have been able to actually mould around the box and still pick it up. But I think that's the only change I really would have made.
That is something we've noticed actually on one of our favourite robots, because as a team Colliers, the robot that's almost as favourite as Thunder is to us is TLC, the Ladies College.
We
love their robot.
It's all we talk about.
And it's got foam grabbers and we love it.
Oh, that's really wholesome to see that you have inter-team. That's really nice. But yeah, I hope you can at least implement some of that, maybe.
Fingers crossed. Yeah.
Get something changed overnight.
It's gonna be a late night. Yeah.
Oh no, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. But no, thank you so much for your time today.
Of course.
It's been really
Thank
lovely
you.
talking to you. Thank you, and all the best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And that's it. That wraps up all of the interviews for this weekend. Thank you very much to the Richard Collyer College for giving so much of their time in order to talk to us, so we can find out a bit more of what they have done.
Yeah, it was really interesting to hear from not just them but all our teams to get sort of the insight into how they come up with their ideas, how they do it. So now I'd like to take this opportunity as we finally wrap things up to thank all of the viewers, for joining us today. We'd like to thank the sponsors for sponsoring us.
And without whom none of this will be possible. So in particular, we'd like to thank Adventurous Machines, IT Dev, the Electronics and Computer Science Department at the University of Southampton, and finally the Electronic Skills Foundation. And like we said, we are very thankful to our sponsors, but we are also a charity. So if you can find... if you want to donate and help support what we're doing here, you can head over to the QR code, which is going to be displayed on the screen right now, or you can head over to studentrobotics.org/donate.
Indeed, we are, as I say, we are a charity. We do rely on the support of our sponsors and our donors, so thank you. And if you would like to get involved in a different way, you are more than welcome to volunteer for us. We have all sorts of roles for all sorts of people, so head over. Let's say, it's something we are always willing to take new volunteers. We're always looking out for them. Roles for everyone of all sorts of backgrounds. If you've never done anything with coding or engineering or that, it really doesn't matter. So. I'd like to now thank you once again for joining us and remind you that we will be here again tomorrow. So, it's a goodbye from Southampton University at Student Robotics 2025.
See you tomorrow.